Hmm. Hi, Mobius. How are you doing? Hi, loading personality. Good day to you too, and to anybody else watching. Hope the sound is alright. How these things are. Oh yeah, I need to connect my controller. I'm decent. I hope you are doing well. Yeah, I'm pretty good. So let me snooze that ad. 5 more minutes. Gotta love the ads. Now the controller's working. Let's see if this thing can actually fall apart this time around. It probably will, but I really should like get a new phone stand. Wish I could get like a second monitor, but probably not gonna happen anytime soon. You know how it is. Never say never. There's a couple things that I could still get, but yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, so yesterday, for anybody who wasn't here or like who's watching the VOD on YouTube later and hasn't watched the first part, yesterday I did a stream talking about the hello, there we go. The enemy designs in Devil May Cry 5, which is my favorite game of all time and everything, right? So I went for about 4.5 hours talking about all of these enemies that you see right here, all the kind of like references to various things, both in the series and maybe even outside the series, that might be found. What the main idea is behind their designs were, like, oh yeah, I gotta get the book, it's right here. Because I also do have the art book for this game, and I will be also showing pictures from that art book, not from my own, but from the Japanese version. I have the translated version into English by Udon. The original, I could only find scans of the art book in Japanese, which is why I eventually ended up buying the game, although it cost me a lot. I don't really regret it, because it really just, even just like getting the translations from just the annotations. I mean, one of the reasons why I got the book was because, you know, I can read some Japanese, and I can just sort of like also like take things out from the commentary if they're sort of, you know, like if the lettering is clear. But a lot of the annotations are inside of the concept art itself, so it was basically impossible to read some of the art team's just handwriting, right? So I ended up just biting the bullet and actually getting the book for myself, and I really don't regret it, because there's really a lot of good information in the book, and I will be going through a lot of that information today. Not all of it, because that will take even longer than this stream is going to take. I will be going through all of the bosses today, since I already did the regular enemies. You know, there are a couple, you know, there's around 20 enemies and around 10 bosses, right? Despite that, I don't think this is going to be a stream that ends up being much shorter, because the bosses have a lot more to talk about in general. But yeah, and if it does turn out to be somewhat short, or if I find that I have enough time, I will also go into the designs of the devil triggers, and also the demons that we use as for the characters, right? Because there's a lot of this, there's a lot of really good stuff with that too. So first off, I should be starting with with this, which is technically the boss of the very first mission, but I'll leave this one for a little bit later, because these are just like Qliphoth Roots. This is the main tree that you find in the game that is infesting the city that you're trying to save. Well, not really save because it's already destroyed, but it's infesting the city that you go through, and it's more or less killing everything around, right? It's sucking the blood out of every person up there. But I'll leave this one for a little bit later, and I'll start with what's really the very first proper boss of the game. That's none other than the mighty, or as that is what he calls himself, the mighty Goliath, right? So I have the book right here. I'll be opening it a little bit, and I'll start to, no, please do not do that. That starts, yeah, snooze it one more time, just a little bit longer. Please do not, why? There we go. Okay, so let's go into what can be actually found in this book. Let's see if I didn't actually like have any camps of Goliath, it seems, because most of it is just like pretty straightforward just sketches for Goliath, showing like some like subtle variations. Let's actually show this guy. This demon calls himself Goliath. Gotta love it when they just up and tell you their name. Makes my job so much easier. Anyway, when you see a roided out musclehead demon like this one, you can pretty much guarantee he'll be dumber than a stack of pork chops. Still, that gnarly belly mouth is impressive stuff. Dragging crap in and superheating it, and his hellfire, that's good potential. Gave me a few ideas for expanding the arsenal. So I guess we kind of owe this Abe a thank you. So I think Goliath is actually like a really, really good design. I mean, I basically say that about... I've been saying that it's since I started like the other stream, right? But I think for what he is, he really like brings about a lot of really cool details. Hi manga. Yeah, I'll be getting water in a little bit. I actually forgot to bring like my canteen of water. It's not really a canteen, but like... But I think one of the coolest things that Goliath brings about, and we'll be seeing this model a little bit more on detail in a little minute, because I actually like went to one of the levels, and so we'll be able to see his stage and everything. And that's another thing. Howdy Mog, how are you doing? I think this is the first time you've been around, maybe. Yeah, first time chatter. How are you doing? Nice to see you. I know you've been playing at least DMC2, so I'm glad that you could catch the stream too. But yeah, as you can see in his chest, there actually... I saw DMC contents and now I must chat the stream. That's awesome. I'm the same. I'm the exact same way, dude. Like I have a huge backlog of just VTubers playing DMC5, which is I'm probably never like going to get around to, but I never really get tired of seeing people play DMC5 or DMC3. It's always fun. But you might be wondering just like what's up with all these faces, and there's multiple reasons for this design right here. So the very first commentary, and that is by Daigo Ikeno, who was like the major art director for the series. He's my favorite of it. Dick Fight too. Yeah, right on. He's like the king of the demon beasts, of the beast demons rather. The two horns on his head are made up of the horns of all kinds of beasts. There are eyes and noses of various beasts all over his body, but the mouths all form one big mouth on his belly, plus the one on his face, so there are just two. And there was... What's the big boy's name? It's Goliath. An apt name, right? It's actually a really... Oh... It's actually really fun. There's actually a really funny anecdote regarding that, and I don't know if how intentional it was, but in Japanese, when they see someone who's very brutish and very, like not very intelligent and just tends to use force, they tend to call that person a gorilla, gorilla in Japanese, and that's very often shortened to gori, right? And Goliath's name in Japanese is actually wait, I don't actually have it in the Japanese here. If I remember, it wasn't exactly a translation from the English. It was something like Goliath, which is a lot closer to like the original Hebrew, where the name comes from, right? Because Goliath is just a figure in the Bible who's this, like this giant beaten by King David, who was at the time when he beat them this very, very small child, right? But his name basically already means that he's kind of an idiot, and he's basically destined to fall. And the game mostly sort of plays him as a joke and is kind of a loser, which is very, very typical, especially on a first boss in a Devil May Cry game, right? To be just like, oh, you're just sort of, he's just a big oaf who once has some aspirations, but is gonna get his ass kicked by our main characters. And there's another commentary by Okuda, who's also one of the artists. I like relatively straightforward attacks like you used to see in older games, so it was fun drawing this big blast coming from a mouth right smack in the middle of his stomach. The lore for this character states that the mouth contains the eyes of 8 million animals, but I gave up in exhaustion and after drawing about 100. And in reality, in the model itself, it's like something like maybe 36 eyes total. They didn't get close to anything like 100, but they still did a pretty good job. And you can totally see that there's a good amount of different animals there. It always felt to me like this was a sort of totem kind of thing going. Let's see. Let me snooze that ad one more time. Next time it's gonna get you, but I have to like keep talking. Let's see if I actually had an image of a totem here. It's gonna be pretty big, I'm certain. Yeah, right. It has this like sort of like totem-like structure to it, or like with like descending animals in a line, which is pretty cool. And I always had the feeling that it was sort of going to be that, and that was the intention. And I was glad that the art book actually sort of confirmed that, and saying that he's sort of intended to be like this king of beast demons, right? That was pretty cool. And that isn't the only assumption I've made about the art direction that turned out to be true. I'm glad. I'm really glad about it. But Goliath himself was the boss, not just of mission number 2, which is the first proper mission, but also of the demo for the game, which also has something really interesting regarding that. We'll see in a second. Let me see if I can actually load an image that I forgot to download before. Okay. Because there's actually a number of references to various other designs, and maybe it will be better if I actually go into the game, because I left the checkpoint right before his fight in the game, just so I could actually go in there, right? Because the photo mode allows me to just like look at the models a lot closer. Yeah. Here's some provocation. Yeah, load times. Surprised that it's like taking this long to load. I hope everyone is doing all right. I hope everyone's gonna have a good time, and I hope that you have fun watching the stream. Favorite DMC protagonist? I'm really a Virgil person ever since I like played the game when I was in my teenage years, back when DMC3 had just came out. But as I've grown, especially in this game, I feel like Nero is like such a good protagonist for this game in particular. My piece is probably gonna kind of die, but as we can see, we have much closer all of the eyes, and you can see that there are various, like maybe that's a whale, something that looks like a lizard, a bird, some, again, more lizards, these very insect-like, maybe spider-like kind of eyes. And the other side is basically the same. But if we look a little bit closer, hope this actually loads. I'm still gonna die on the hill that they kind of screwed up DMC with multiple protagonists instead of a single playthrough with one character. I could start discussing that, but that's not the stream to do that. But this here, right on his head. Oh, whoa, that's cool. Yes, you can actually see that he has what appears to be very tiny little eyes right there, and this is probably why this guy. This is Phantom. This is. You can totally see that Phantom is a spider. You can totally see its eyes, right? This is, of course, the very first boss in Devil May Cry 1, who was a spider originally during the concept art phase. The ads going to start in around 1 minute. During the concept art phase, this was actually made of blood and bones, right? They turned him into lava and what have you. And rock, but this was the very first boss in Devil May Cry, and as you can see, it seems that Goliath does have those tiny little eyes as a reference to our friend Phantom. I'm kind of running for time, but that's not the only thing. This, and you can actually see Ifrit a lot closer. Turn his head upside down. But if you look closer, you'll notice that he has the same ears as Ifrit, which are the gauntlets from DMC 1, right? Ifrit itself has like a pretty interesting story, which we might go into later, but it's a pretty cool reference to both the very first gauntlet weapon, which is also fire themed, and the fire spider, which was the very first boss in the series. And now the ad starts. That's great. I love you, ads. I love you starting whenever you want. But yeah, turn his head inside, upside down. Doesn't seem like there's anything. What you can see though is there is multiple mouths. He actually has multiple mouths and multiple rows of teeth. How long is this goddamn ad going to be? Doesn't tell me. That's right. That's great. But going a little bit even further. Yeah, exactly. That's the face. That is the face. You can totally see his horns, and how they also, like the artists were just describing, they seem to actually be melted from a variety of horns, and they're actually not totally the details. Yeah, they don't seem to actually. This actually will light up very much later. This does not seem to. These don't seem to be symmetrical. They seem to actually be sort of turned around. Only this build could take me a lifetime in making it. Yeah, like it's a lot of work. It's just a lot of work put into these models. Well, let's see. It also has like this rough patch of skin. So that's a bad play. Let's see if I can also see it. Show it. It's just a rough patch of skin, right, on his thighs. His tail, which is nothing really to write home about. Let me get a little closer. Right, his tail is just sort of spiky, and he actually has these fawn, or rather, not quite lizard, not quite mammal looking feet, which make him look like a sort of like giant satyr, very like typically demonic, but still very different, and very much showing that he's quite bestial, right? But if we look here at his arms, this is actually very interesting, because for a lot of time, no, I'll go into that specific thing later. But if I'm correct in one particular assumption I have regarding this boss, I believe this boss might actually be based on a scrapped concept from actually DMC Devil May Cry, and it's this following one. Oh, that's huge. This character is just someone, no name given. You can see him a lot bigger now. No name given, just a concept that is in the files. I mean, it's technically just in the gallery for concepts in DMC Devil May Cry, which was the previous game before this one, right? Between DMC 4 and DMC 5. It was intended to be a reboot, as I had been saying. But this character was very clearly intended to be a boxer, right? You can see that he has a face, like it has this face on his belly. He has these boxing bandages. He's very clearly supposed to be like this big boxer person. He's even like sort of bleeding like a boxer. You know, you might be like, what's so special about this thing? Well, as it turns out, this character seemingly had multiple faces, which looked a lot like this. You can see the face sort of lighting up. You can see him next to Dante being actually really big. Let's see more of his faces. I'm not exactly sure if he actually was intended to like get bigger and bigger. Is this the same one? Yeah, this is the same one. Sorry for that. Here it is. Here's another one. You can see how he actually turns more and more monstrous. It's kind of a theme of the game that some enemies, particularly Mundus later on, and probably that concept ended up also changing what Mundus was going to be, because originally Mundus in DMC Devil May Cry wasn't supposed to be like this garbage giant. He turns into a giant made of basically scrap and debris from various buildings around the city, right? But originally Mundus, the final boss of DMC Devil May Cry, and also of DMC 1, because it's sort of reimagining, was going to be something completely different, but it turns out that they turned it into something closer to this. But again, what is so interesting about this thing, and what's interesting about this character is the following. There's a weapon in DMC Devil May Cry called Eric's. It's these things, right? These very almost silly looking gauntlets, which give you the ability to punch like many other previous gauntlets in the series. Interestingly, they only give you the ability to punch. They don't give you the ability to kick like some of the other similar weapons had, including Ifrit, which we just saw. And as it just happens, you sort of get this weapon from a random boss at a random point in time in the game, but it really feels to me as if this weapon in particular was probably intended to be actually gotten from that boss right there. And you might be like, well, this that actually shows some sort of relationship between Goliath. Yes, no. Well, maybe. But also, let's consider the following. Let's actually go back to another weapon that is also in this game. I mean, let's actually quit a little bit. Let's go into Bloody Palace. Dante himself has this one weapon that also seems to have some sort of weird relationship with that very same boss. And that weapon, let me just kill these things so I can actually look at the model view of the models. Wait, did I just kill my... Possibly I did, in which case I might actually be angry with myself. But as you can see, we have Balrog right here, and if I happen to do this, rather this, see the lighting, there we go, it turns out into actually a single gauntlet. Balrog itself is named not after the demon or monster in the Lord of the Rings, that although like it just also happens to be a fire type weapon. It's actually based on the character Balrog from Street Fighter, who is actually based on Mike Tyson and is also a boxing Mike Tyson is a boxing champion, right? But, you know, you have this boss who has, well, a bunch of eyes and is a big punching monster. Goliath doesn't do any kinds of kicks at all. It only does punches. You have a possibly scrap boxer boss in the previous game, which have served as, you know, a ground of ideas for this game. And you have this weapon that is also based on a boxer, that has a boxing mode, that is also made of fire. Also, Eric's itself was a red, fiery, demonic weapon. So it seems that ultimately all of these things might be related. And it's funny because I've seen the slight rumor that Balrog might actually had been a weapon that would have been obtained by beating Urizen, who also happens to have a lot of eyes in his final form, right? And you might be thinking, well, you know, he also punches, he also kicks, right? Something similar, right? He's got a lot of eyes, he's got all these like snake-looking eyes, right? Not just that, but there's also this thing related to eyes in DMC Devil May Cry. These cameras that were always looking. So there's actually a lot of eye symbolism in this game, and we'll get to that in a minute when we actually get to Urizen, because it's actually pretty important, and it actually goes kind of deep into many places. But back to Goliath, yeah, it's a very straightforward boss, right? It's a big punching demon who has a big mouth on his... Will I be able to continue from my Continue. Let's see. Can I actually continue? I think I actually might have like gotten rid of the check. Yep, I got rid of a checkpoint. I'm such a fool, but whatever. I can still like fight this thing on Bloody Palace. That's one of like the problems, because the thing that I wanted to show is something that doesn't happen in Bloody Palace, because there's a series of things that just don't happen in Bloody Palace for the simplicity of it, but it'll still be somewhat visible, right? Because if you've played this game, or the demo of this game, of which this boss was the boss, you probably have noticed that when you fight Goliath, what he does is he starts on the roof of that church, as we just saw, and he just goes destroying the entire place. In fact, during the concept phase, you can still here perfectly see you start on the roof, he breaks the roofs, then you fall into the cathedral itself, and then you go out jumping as he jumps into the patio right here. There's actually quite a lot of detail. Look at how pretty this church is. And you have the Qliphoth right there, and you have this cool statue, which can also be destroyed, right? There's also a tower right here that can be destroyed. Funnily enough, that tower can be destroyed in a series of ways. If Goliath shoots one of his fireballs into that tower, it can break, or if you buster him into the tower, it will also break. And if you happen to get hit by that tower, there's actually a cutscene that is very, very rarely seen of your character getting hit, right? But that is sadly removed for Bloody Palace, because they were actually pushing the capabilities of the game as much as they could with the demo, and they were like, yeah, well, let's scale back with Bloody Palace, because, you know, like, it has to load basically all at once, right? But this whole idea of the boss destroying the cathedral is also not new, and is also taken from DMC Devil May Cry, because in the demo for DMC Devil May Cry, you had actually a level quite similar to some of the levels in this game, especially on the demo level, which is mission 2. But you also went through a cathedral at the very end, which was being destroyed, because again, like, that was one of the major like things in the game. Mundus had the ability to just destroy everything in the city whenever he wanted, and had this sort of like weird paranoia tone. And they seem to have just wholesale translated that idea into this game again, because, well, they liked it. In DMC Devil May Cry, you actually, you know, fought some pretty big enemies instead of off a boss, but it was mostly a platforming section, and now he's pissed off. Now our friend right here is pissed off, and his eyes have lit off. Most of his effects have also his horns, everything. You can actually see it right here on his legs. Let's see if I can actually get him to shoot one of the fireballs, because it's actually pretty interesting what we'll see. That can be busted. I'm not gonna do that. Let's see, big boy. And let's see if we're lucky enough to just have him just grab something from the floor. He only really does it. Come on, bro. Be helpful. But as I was saying, there he goes. There he goes. Look at him. Look at him. There we go. As you can see, the mouth fully expands Let's see if I can get a better shot. Opens up, and it actually has an entire collection of mouths. Look at the lighting on. Well, he actually gets that. Now look at just the sparks flying. Come on, boy. Come on. There we go. Now, you might not be able to see that. No. Nope. Due to so many effects. Let's see if we can actually get him to grab something else. No. No. I guess I'll just have to lower his health a little bit. If you might bear with me for a second, that'll be enough. I'm not trying to style on him or anything. Also, this boss is just good in general. Like, I think that this is probably one of the most... Frankly, if I just feel like playing the game for a little bit, I always just like go with Goliath, because like he's very well rounded. And now we can actually see his mouth. As you can see, he actually has multiple levels of multiple rows of teeth. As you can see, this actually just opens up completely. As we were seeing before on last stream, the Pyrobats and the Hellbats have something very similar going on. Let's see if I can have him. Oh my god, my rendering. Oh. But the idea remains the same, right? This is a boss all about just sucking up things in the environment, using things in the environment, right? Let's see if we can actually look at the crater that he left right there. Just a big crater that he can leave whenever he actually jumps or does a big attack. That'll happen. Let's see if I can. Let me actually put another record, so that it doesn't feel as lonely. Let's see. Well, there we go. But he leaves this big crater. You can actually still see his like slightly magenta. Please, Goliath. Please, just shoot me. As you can see, he's totally destroyed his statue. Goliath, please. There we go. And this might be close enough. Yeah, I think that you can actually like see some of the details, but if you look at this better, you might see that there's actually, I think there's still visible right there, but this is actually a car. Because like he sucks up cars, so like this is actually in the model of his fireballs, right? And you are completely unable to see this, honestly. Right there, you can actually see his mouths here. As you can see, he has 3 levels of mouths. He does big punches. But yeah, that's basically Goliath. A boss that's very easy to explain. He's very straightforward, but it's really like just the sheer level of effort that the devs went through to make this boss that really shines through. There are, of course, a couple more things to show regarding this boss. One of them is, of course, our very cool friend right here, called Beowulf. Let's see if I can actually show it. No, this is not the thing. Here it is. OBS. This is Beowulf from DMC3. He was also the big punching monster, and there's quite a resemblance between Beowulf and Goliath, and there's also quite a resemblance between Goliath and this other enemy. Let's see if we can actually. There we go. Thank you, Devil May Cry Wiki. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Being useful. Thank you. This guy from Devil May Cry 2. Was called Orangera. That is to say, it's a combination of Guerra and orangutan. That is to say, war and orangutan, because that's the kind of naming convention that they went for with Devil May Cry 2. This guy shows quite a little bit of a resemblance to Goliath too, and is also very clearly an ape-like creature. Hello, you're functioning. Hello? No, disconnected. Okay, try again. Hello. Hi. There we go. There we go. There's quite a little bit of a resemblance, right? So despite being a very, very simple boss, there's really a lot going on with this guy, right? You have this whole idea of him being a beast demon king. You have references to DMC1 in his face. Oh, there's another boss too. You have references to DMC3 and DMC2, right? Or at least some similarities. You have the whole scrap boss from DMC Devil May Cry. You also have this boss from DMC Devil May Cry, the Hunter, which was also the first proper boss, and he might not seem all that similar from this angle, but if you actually look at him, see if I can actually, here he is, and you see this whole posture that he had is also very, very similar. He also had this big set piece off a level. You know, it's also very, very bestial as a monster, and most importantly, this very, very weird face that he had, right? Very, very uncanny, which in Goliath, if you can actually see, let's get back into Bloody Palace one last time with this guy, right? No, that's the wrong one. This one. Goliath also happens to have this very flat face, which somewhat resembles the Hunter's face as well. I'm picking Nero because he's the most. He's really my favorite to play as. Let's see. Let me turn you a little back here. Oh, that's gonna show his arm. There we go. That's gonna be a good shot. There we go. As you can see, he actually has a nose right here. He has this very, very flat nose, sort of like some sort of bulldog in addition to his multiple face, right? So he's pretty ugly, right? He has this dog-like face who has this sort of uncanny valley feel to it. And if you're being a human being, you know, you just sort of tend to go for eye contact. So if you just look at him this way, he has one face, and if you look at him this way, he has a different face, right? Those sort of illusions, visual illusions, and this idea that demons couldn't just be sort of creepy or monsters, but straight up just ugly and body horror is something that this game took from DMC Devil May Cry pretty straightforwardly, right? So that was Goliath. So with that being said, and to go more into the theme of eyes, we can I'm disconnected. We can go into a sort of returning boss from Devil May Cry 3, which is Artemis. This design is really, really excellent, if you ask me. Not just because of the details, it just incorporates so much, right? What's it say? What's Nika say? What's Nika say about this? You heard of Machiavelli? He's a legend, one of the underworld's top gunsmiths. Now, will you believe it if I told you Artemis started out as a gun he made? Seems that fusing the gun with a human host created this. Man, I wish I could have seen it in the flesh. Those energy beams it was shooting at you were graceful, right? Like a ballet of destruction. Yeah, I can see it now. A priceless relic, one of the last remaining artifacts of Machiavelli's genius, until somebody came along and smashed it up to hell. Just don't talk to me for a while. Nico, being a gunsmith, really wanted to get her hands on the original Artemis. Speaking of the original Artemis, I forgot to Google the image. Artemis DMC3, let's see. And let's see, Artemis statue. That's also something that breasts. Let's see if I can actually find the referenced. No, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Breasts are a real thing. Because this is the very first thing I thought of when I saw this boss, and I saw its name. Warcraft breasts from PS1. Yeah, exactly. Why are you... What the fuck? Just save the image. What's wrong with this? I swear to God. Google really just becomes worse by the day. It's crazy. Let's go. Here it is. Are you... There we go. This is an actual statue of the goddess Artemis, right? It has this whole, like, multiple breasts things going on. It's probably from a cult of fertility sort of thing. And it's a design directly taken, directly translated into this game for her multiple breasts, right? But outside of that, we also have the original Artemis weapon from DMC3, which is right here, right? Here it is, which is of course what is more like very clearly being referenced here, which is also sort of silvery. Had these pink light arrows. It was supposed to be this sort of cross scan, right? It had wings and everything. I'm not quite sure if it was supposed to be a siren like this thing, but it was actually pretty interesting. It might be actually very hard to see this from here, but this weapon would actually transform during certain attacks. You can kind of see that there's a sort of head and sort of arms and parts of it, right? And what it would do is that it would actually transform into a pole dancer that would spin around Dante's arm, as if this was sort of like a hand cannon. And then when it did that, you'd be able to shoot more powerful attacks. It's actually very hard to see even in DMC3, because it's just like these very quick animations. But it's such a cool detail, right? Because like its whole idea was that it was a weapon of light, right? But we can actually sort of see this demon closer in a second. But before we actually go to see that, there's something more that is actually quite crazy, because this is the kind of thing that you will actually never guess. Here it is. Here's here. This is a picture. There we go. I think I'm just going to show it in full, because it's just like it's so detailed. It's freaking huge. God damn, it's so big. So huge. So big. So freaking big. Okay, there we go. Finally. This is a picture by Bruegel, a very famous Renaissance artist. I actually put myself before that, right? And you might be thinking, are you crazy? Why the hell are you bringing this up? But no, here's the commentary directly from the tap. First word in the commentary. Bruegel, who is known for his paintings of the Tower of Babel, also important, has a painting of a demon who served as the model for Artemis' body. As far as the design, in hindsight, I wish I'd make the plumage broader and the wings flappier to give them more presence. I also think that I could have done a better job incorporating the coolness of Okura-san's design, right? So if you actually look at this painting, you will even a little bit closer right here. This demon in particular, I think this is probably the best thing I could find, which might be the actual reference they took for Artemis, because there's actually a lot of like weird demons in this painting. It's not the only painting like this that Bruegel made, but there are a lot of fish. Look at this one, a lot of flying fish, a lot of flying. Look at this guy right in the middle being attacked by the angels. That's just a buffer fish, right? You have the angels. You have these fish with these weird faces, just more fish. And this one in particular is probably what was being referenced with Artemis. And if we actually go and look at the concept art, we might actually have a little bit more evidence of that. Where is it? Should be Artemis. Here it is. Here it is. Look at her. Let's look at it side by side. No, that's the wrong thing. Get our Bruegel. There we go. Look at them. It's I'd say that's actually pretty close to what one of the earlier sketches for Artemis was like, right? It's a very specific reference that you probably it will be impossible to just actually look at, actually just devise from simply look at the boss, because it's just like, well, it's I think Bruegel is a pretty well-known artist, at least from older artists from around that time, particularly known for this image, which is the Tower of Babel, which is actually really important, because this image also was served as the prototype for the Temen Negru in Devil May Cry 3, which is the main area of the game, which is also intended to be sort of like the Tower of Babel, right? And it also has these specifically like sort of like Gothic Renaissance, like all these arches, all these segmented parts, which of course wouldn't be in a real tower from the time of the Tower of Babel. This is very much a Renaissance interpretation of what the Tower of Babel might have been like, right? But if we actually go and fight Artemis in the game, we'll see that has not escaped our good friend Devil May Cry 5, if the game is not dying. Let's see. Let's go with Virgil, because it's probably going to be a little bit faster and a little bit easier. Because the stage for Artemis, which I can just look at, is actually, let's see. Yes. Loading. There we go. I hope it's not too choppy. Of course, we also see that this happens in a library. This is also the library where we see where we first fight the Death Sisters. But as you can see, it's this circular, multi-layered structure, very similar to the Tower of Babel that we just saw. Okay, put this back again. You can totally see the resemblance in the arches, which again, Artemis being from Devil May Cry 3 and Lady being inside Artemis, this is probably not a coincidence. But we can finally see her a little bit closer like this. She is a very, very cool combination of a fish, a mermaid, and a sort of angel with wings, probably more fish-like rather, and with lots of eyes. This is very, very similar to how some seraphs and angels are depicted in the Bible. Her eyes have two sides to them, one here and one at the bottom right, and from that she can shoot light, and those things will actually show tiny little glyphs. Oh, but all of her different attacks will actually have her have different, please lady, try to attack me, different formations for her wings. As you can see, let me try to have her do some attacks. And we can totally see her being downed. Quite a cool design, right? This flying fish angel with all these teeth, with all these fingers for a face. She doesn't actually have an actual face. She only has a mouth, another mouth inside of her head. Quite horrifying. Very, very inhuman. And she leaves all of these halos. But if you actually look here, you will see that there's a sort of head, and that is where Lady is intended to be, since she's actually inside of Artemis. Lady, the character from the MC3, and also this game. And now she has shot her boobs. Here they are. They have left her body, and here they are. These act as sort of turrets. They look quite a little bit like flowers, right? As you can see them. Sadly, I'm using Virgil, so they will only break. But if you actually are using Nero, look at her. Look at how at her different parts being lit up here. It also sort of like looks like a V, like a bee. This whole arena is pretty. There we go. She breaks all of the things, and as she flies, all of the there she flies into me. But these are her smaller boobs that she can also shoot. These are her smaller boobs, which look sort of like butts or nuts. So basically every part of this demon is also a weapon. Let's see if I can actually make her do the big laser, which she does with her big mouth. Yeah, you're gonna do it. You're right there. Want to do it? No, you don't want to do it. There we go. There she is. There she blows. And you can see right here. That's when she uses her mouth. Look at how she's shaping right there. The angles, the flexibility, it's amazing. But there's one last very interesting thing regarding Artemis, and that is a certain relationship that she might have had with a weapon in this game. Not just any weapon, but Devilbringer. Now, let's see. Let me go with Nero and to wonder what. Yeah, I think that. Let's see, what mission doesn't really have a lot of loading times? I guess mission 2 will have to do. I probably should have chosen the prologue. Oh, I'm with Virgil. Sorry for that. Ah, man. All this going in and out of menus. At least that wouldn't take me a lot of time because of the cutscenes. Let's see. Nero. There we go. This is with Nero, so we can finally go into that. Now let's actually like look at some of the concept art for Artemis as we're doing this. Let's see, more Artemis. As you can see, there's this whole idea that she might be able to turn into a plane, which actually didn't like make it all through. Let me actually read that a little bit. I need to actually like be looking at this. There we go. There we go. Another one. Another one. There we go. Let's see what that says. Let's see. And it's what the what? What? No, game. I don't want you to go in there. I just want you. I want you to go into the mission so I can actually look at stuff. Thank you. There we go. It says monster decide flight mode, goddess mode, wings fault shot when in flight, lips speakers here. Oh, they were intended to be speakers. That makes a lot of sense. Ladies enclosed here, short as when in flight mode. Right, this was actually modified quite a bit. Pipes, connected ribs. Oh yeah, that was one thing. Wings 4 large, 3 small. So yeah, the white angel, fallen black, pipe organs. There was a whole idea that she could like turn basically like a mecha, transform from a white version that will be like a plane into a black angel. Fallen black angel hovering. And there's also this regarding why is that a thing? Why are you putting me on auto? I didn't ask you to do that, game. There's also this. There we go. This is regarding her breasts, which have multiple modes. You have this whole here, this whole thing here, and you have her angel form, a more like long tail form that she had previously. They're turned into a sort of jet, right? Her different forms were eventually streamlined a little bit more, and her breasts attacks, right? And another tip: wonder if we can make the air beneath her wings distort from heat. slight distortion of space, right? Because there was a whole idea that they had originally that says, the concept I drew originally was a design where the wings were a pipe organ that emitted shockwaves of music. It matched the church-like setting nicely, and I was quite fond of it, but tragically, it was scrapped. But after that came the design with the boob missiles, which was sure popular with the men. That's by our friend Okura. Now, why are we in this completely unrelated mission? It's because of this. There we go. So this is Gerbera. This is a Devil Breaker, right? This is, what is it, like the third? No, not. Yeah, probably the third Devil Breaker. No, the second Devil Breaker that you get, right? If you look at it closer, and if you look at it here, and if you look at the kind of attacks that Gerbera also uses, you might notice that it is actually quite similar to Artemis. It has this whole laser thing going on, and if you do it on the ground, it will do this whole directable laser that looks sort of like a stream of water. And especially with this variant of Gerbera, which is called DP01, the lasers are actually sort of pink, right? If you use the regular Gerbera, they're just blue, right? Kind of weird, don't you think? Even if you like look at it a little bit closer, it's still sort of, the panels are still, all of the panels that you find in this weapon are actually pink, despite all of the blue. And what I think happened with this Devil Breaker is that this GP01 thing was probably going to be the original way this weapon was going to play. This whole up and down attack, the color of this weapon, finally the lasers, they're so similar, right? You can see it right here. It opens up. It's very similar to Artemis. This whole flight thing, the whole circle theme that it's going on, this whole eye thing, which is actually something that happens in the game. Nico, as you play through the game, Nico goes picking up different pieces from the bosses, and you pick up a piece from Goliath, you pick up a piece from Artemis, you pick a piece from Gilgamesh, and you take all, and you also, V also picks a piece from Geryon, right? So what I think happened is that originally Gerbera was supposed to be the Devil Breaker that would be made from Artemis, because all of the other bosses that you fight as Nero or even V end up having their own Devil Breakers, but Artemis doesn't. Artemis actually doesn't. And if you look at actually the weapon reports and the order of the Devil Breakers, you have Red Queen, Blue Rose, these are Nero's sword and gun, then you have Overture, then you have Helter Skelter, then you have Punchline, which is Goliath's Devil Breaker, then you have Gerbera, then you have Tomboy, Rawhide, Gilgamesh, Ragtime, Geryon, and finally the Buster Arm. And why is this significant? Because this is not the order in which you get the Devil Breakers in the finalized game. This is also the order in which the Devil Breakers are showcased in this very book that I have with me right here, in which I've been showing crops off. It is not the order that you see in the shop or the order in which most menus show these devil breakers. But if you actually, even if we just look at Gerbera right here, you can see that it's all pink. It's still all pink, despite the fact that it actually shoots blue lasers now. Still has the main eye and everything. Has these solar-like panels, and you might think, well, this is just kind of a weird like thing that happened. But I think that for a game like this, which is very, very tightly put together, this is actually somewhat big, because there's another boss to which this ties into, and it is this fella. Let me see if, let's just pick Dante for this one. This guy. Let's go. Mr. Urizen. If you look at what he's doing right now, right out the gate, these are just Artemis's lasers, right? These are just Artemis's attacks. And this right about to hit me, right? But if you look at it, you can look at it here, it's very, very visible. It's very, very visible, right? There's an entire car wheel right there. This is the exact same fireball Goliath uses. So we have attacks from Artemis, even the fire. We have an attack from Geryon, his time bubbles, which we'll be seeing in just a second. We have attacks from all these three bosses, which are also the same bosses that you get abilities from as Nero at the very start of the game, and which you then fight Urizen with by mission 8 right here, Demon King, right? And of course in the finalized game the order is very, very different, but also if we go by the order that the breakers are shown in the gallery, the very last devil breaker that you would get would be the Buster Arm, which in the final game you get right here with Gilgamesh. But of course the Buster Arm is just meant to be simply Nero's a replacement for Nero's Devil Bringer, right? Let's see, weapon report. It's even possible that they might actually had given this weapon after mission 8, but if you did get it for mission 8, it's very, very possible that it was intended to be a sort of closure of, hey, you know, you've gone through basically the first portion of the game as Nero, we're giving you the Devil Bringer back, right? And especially if you're going to fight Urizen, because, you know, like, it's the boss that you've been wanting to fight since, you know, he beats you during the prologue, right? So I think it's actually kind of sad that this whole relationship between the parallel of Nero getting the different devil breakers that reflect the different demons, while Urizen uses the exact same powers, and again, to recapitulate, it was Urizen that ripped off Nero's arm in this game. I think it was a really, really cool parallel to between the two characters and your development, your journey through the game while playing it, which was lost, sadly. And I think the motivation for why this was changed is kind of like very simple. It was simply the fact that this order, despite the fact that it was pretty good, you know, from a story perspective, you know, probably would not have worked as well in the game, because I mean, you get Overture, which is pretty decent as a starting devil breaker, Then you get Helter Skelter, which breaks shields, which is a lot more limited. Then you get Punchline, and by that point, you're already 3 missions in, and you just have these 3 Devil Breakers. So you're just going to end up using these 3 things, right? And it's not as good as having Gerbera by the 2nd mission, which is one of the most flexible Devil Arms. It gives you the ability to dodge, gives you the ability to parry, right? As to why I believe the GP01 version was the original version in terms of its abilities, which are different, which, you know, go use this, like, if you're in neutral, you jump into the air with an attack, and then if you're in the air, you get launched down, and whereas with the finalized version, you only get a neutral parry forward. The reason for that is that I think that they wanted to give the Devil Breakers and even Gerbera as many functions as possible, right? And having it, you know, have yet another ability that allows you to get in the air or out of the air, and it's just mobility, would have a little bit less, you know, it would have had a little bit less meat to the weapon, right? But that's about, you know, that's about it with Artemis. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, there's one little tiny interesting bit of information relating to Artemis, which is that, let me see. Here we go. Here it is. Of course, let's not forget about the ice, because the eyes are just going to keep on coming, right? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Should be here. Yeah, here it is. I actually brought this image up last time. Here is the prototype version of the Proto Angelo, but here, this one in particular is very interesting. From the left, we have Zako, which just means, you know, father. This is the father enemy. This is a Scudo Angelo. Then you have Proto Angelo. To the right, we have the Black Knight, which is obviously Cavaliere Angelo, which we're about to see. And then in the middle, between Proto Angelo and Cavaliere Angelo, we have Artemis. We actually have Artemis right away, along with all the Angelos, because it has a double A, right? And I always sort of wondered, you know, is this monster intended to just be the same type of, you know, the same type of demon as these guys, as this guy was also this whole metallic monster that has a person inside of it? Was it intended to be the same? Because they're somewhat similar, right? And as it turns out, it was actually probably considered, at the very least, that they might classify her as one of them. Let's see, Twitch notifications. Let's see what else. But that's about it with Artemis. A lot of work went into that boss. Another boss. Yet another boss. My voice. I should probably be getting some water. Then we can finally get onto this ugly face right here, Nidhogg. According to V, this thing was living symbiotically with the Qliphoth, a parasite among the vines. With all that blood running through the Qliphoth, it figures that something would hitch a free ride. Its humanoid core would be weak to attack if it weren't for all the tentacle-like arms it can swing around to defend itself. On top of that, it can hide itself inside the Qliphoth to stay safe. If you want to kill it, you gotta find a way to drag it kicking and screaming into the open. Oh, and by the way, this thing is as dumb as they come. Yeah. So this is actually a boss intended entirely for V, right? And you can see it by this whole idea that he actually has three separate... Wait, here it is. Three very separate things that he can attack with. all these three snake-like things that he can fight with. And then there's the main man himself right in the middle. And we have the concept art that says right here, white mold around openings, but not damageable. As you can see, it's talking about these snakes. These, all of their like blue like scales are not damageable. Only their faces are damageable. That is to say, the mouths. Ad breaks, and why don't you tell me that there's an ad? Why don't you tell me? But yeah. What the fuck? Oh my god, please. Twitch, just work. No, I don't want to do any of that. Okay, there we go. Let me get a little bit closer. We have yet another concept for this monster. Right here. What's it say? Attack radius, flare, small tree, right? Because it's intended to be a parasite. Same area, base, right? Basically pretty straightforward. But this is yet another boss that shows the influence of DMC Devil May Cry, because it's actually quite similar to this other boss. Where is it? This the succubus, this worm-like creature that spewed all this green goo, was sort of transparent as well. Right? It was also very, very stupid and made fun of by Dante in that game. Right? This might not be as obvious, but I actually have an image that shows something very, very interesting when it comes to let's see if I can actually find it, because I have so many images of this game, just so many. Let's see. Oh, around here, if I can find it, that's fine. But no. That's it. Well, what I wanted to show really was simply that whenever you find any of these oh no, any of these Nidhogg hatchlings, which come directly from Nidhogg, right, which work as sort of keys for various doors. A hatchling of the Nidhogg, a parasite that feeds on weakened parts of the Qliphoth, harming its internal structure in the process. The Nidhogg feasts at a destructively fast speed, causing the weakest part of the demon tree root structure to quickly crumble. They're sort of greenish, but they're always accompanied by this sort of very, very neon green goo around them, which is, wait, is it? Oh yeah, it was still shown, right? They're very, very, very gross. You might think that this is very much incidental, but with a lot of not references, but things that DMC5 took from Devil May Cry, DMC Devil May Cry, the actual level in which this takes place. Will I actually go in there? Getting around like just the bosses is a lot harder because, yeah. This is mission 3. God damn it. This is mission 3. It's supposed to be mission 4, which is actually like a pretty good mission. And I don't want to select the collar, please. Well, we'll have to go to mission 3 right away, though. There we go. It's mission 4. Nidhogg's stage takes place. Sadly, I can actually go into Nidhogg's arena because he's not playable in Bloody Palace. I think before I go into Nidhogg, into Geryon, I will go into Gilgamesh. Yeah. There we go. Finally, we're finally there. No, but if we see it right here. Let me see if this actually loads. Oh my god, please, children. There we go. No, it doesn't wanna. It doesn't wanna. Please, just load the texture. I am begging you. I am begging you, load the texture. Please. Please, I want to show my chat. I want to show it. I want to show. There we go. Now you can actually see it. It says right there, Beer Factory. And why is that relevant? Because this ugly creature, again, this is the same level where you fight Nidhogg, which is also a worm-like creature. Same worm thing. What it did in DMC Devil May Cry was that you will go to this sort of factory where this demon was getting its goop. Oh damn! Its goop into this like energy drink that will poison people slowly, and all of the tubes that would lead to that place will be these big like very noticeable tubes. Put in a record, which were also of that neon green color. Let me see if I can actually find it on the screenshots I took. God, there's just so many screenshots. Thousands of screenshots of this game on my computer. It's gotta be around here. It's gotta be around here somewhere. Let me see. There's a version here. No. Where are you? Where are you, little fella? I don't know what would be quicker, you know. Just check it one. Let's just check like this. I should have like gotten it before I started streaming, but I started kind of late today, so let's see. No. That's a nobody. Well, I can actually show the pictures of Geryon instead of having, so I don't have to go into the game, because I can't go into the game because still for mission 4, but it's not what I'm looking for. No, can't find it. I just can't seem to find it. That's such a pity. That is so unfortunate. There is an image right here of Nidhogg's whole place, and you can totally see how can be totally seen from a distance. That, by the way, is based on a real place. This is one of the tubes, which is also found in the levels. You can see that big veiny tube, right? That is found in the Qliphoth levels of this game, but that's directly taken from DMC Devil May Cry and that one particular boss in its levels. Goliath. I think I'll just have to give up on that one. That's such a pity. It's what happens when you have tons of images and an unorganized folder. You just can't navigate it at all because you're looking for that one specific image. But oh man, oh, here it is. Finally, I finally found it. This is an image of another different part of this level, and you can totally see what I'm talking about with the color. It's a very, very specific neon color that demarcates that this is an openable area where you can put a Nidhogg hatchling, and the hatchlings themselves have that very same coloration on any of the things that they have eaten, right? And now we can finally live here. Let's quit the mission. Many of the locations in the game are straight up based around parts of London, right? But the really interesting thing about that whole little Nidhogg hatchling tangent is that pretty much all of the enemies, if we're thinking about like Artemis as giving you Gerbera, as I said before, you have Goliath who gives you punchline, Gerbera, Nidhogg has the hatchling, Elder Geryon has ragtime, Cavaliere Angelo has the Cavaliere motorcycle. Well, these are just normal bosses, right? Malphas doesn't give you anything, but King Cerberus does, and this is a real pity that she doesn't, right? Although she does have a level that she creates by herself, so she still has this sort of role in the game at large, right? But my point is that basically all of the bosses are not just there and just show up and then disappear, right? Like all of these bosses give you something extra that is relevant as them just being bosses, and that's exactly what I was talking about yesterday with this whole idea that it's not just about giving you a good design, and it's not just about like the boss itself being good in a vacuum. It's about the game as a whole, where the real design comes with this game, right? And I think that also is a big influence from DMC Devil May Cry, because DMC Devil May Cry had like this whole thing of, hey, you know, like what would the world of the game be like, which were the kind of questions that previously were not really thought of in this series, which is a pity, really. Oh, this one only has one image. That's interesting, but I'm certain that I've gotten an S for this, so huh. But yeah, in any case, before we get to Geryon, let's talk a little bit about Gilgamesh, right? And Gilgamesh, much like Artemis, is a returning idea from a previous game. In this case, it's DMC4. But what's it say about Gilgamesh? What does our friend Nico says about Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh is a kind of metal that can be mined from the bedrock of the underworld. Fuse it with demon flesh, and you got armor harder than steel. That's what we got here. Seems somebody decided to fuse the roots of the Qliphoth with a badge of Gilgamesh, and before you know it, there's a 3-story metal demon walking around. The really rad thing about Gilgamesh is that it can create shockwaves out of thin air. That's how this varmint was blowing up things from a distance, and it means running don't do you no good. If you want to kill something like this, you gotta get up close and personal. So, what happens with Gilgamesh is also very interesting. This boss gets kind of a bad rap, but I think it's actually quite a good boss, all things considered. Most people think that, you know, this boss is kind of weak, maybe kind of like not much of a push, you know, like not much of a challenge, but I think it's more than anything. It's not really intended to be a typical combat boss. It's intended to be this platforming boss, which you play by getting through an entire level, right? And as we can see, this boss is just gigantic, just enormous, right? Like, just huge for huge's sake, right? And it's just so beautifully designed. There's just so much detail and so many moving parts when it comes to this boss that it's just incredible, right? Look at all these parts. Look at all of this and all of this. Let's see if this actually happens to load, please. There we go. Look at that definition. Even now it's a little bit not too loaded. Look at this. Look at how it shines. The effects. The camera now changes. All of these plaques, all of them move. All of them are animated. All of those reflections, just beautiful, just incredible that they animated this entire boss in this way. All of these parts are movable, and Gilgamesh is actually based on a weapon from DMC4, which is also called Gilgamesh, and it looks like this. Looks like this. Let's see. And it's these pairs of. It's a pair of gauntlets and greaves and something on the back, right? And a face mask that Dante uses in that game. And it's basically just the gauntlet weapon for that game. But if you actually look at Gilgamesh, you will find that. Oh, whoa, there it went down. And if you look at all the plaques, all the stuff right underneath, there's all of this is just moving. If you actually if Gilgamesh actually gets into the ships, it can totally just move it around. It's all of this stage is just so dynamic and just reacting to everything that the boss is doing, and you can see it. You can see how its feet open right there, right? All of this just such a level of design that is incredible, right? And even as a boss, there's just multiple ways to approach it. I can do this and then do that, but I can also break this and then do that, but I can also oh no, you can see that those things are not just for show. Those are the impact things that Nico was talking about, because that was the main idea. I can also use jump canceling. Its phase is actually very similar to the Gilgamesh that we just saw, right? What a pretty face. What a pretty face. And we have this whole ship stage, which again was something that was taken from DMC Devil May Cry, right? It was a particular level in which you did something very similar to this. Here he is shooting at me, and these things are going to start to fall. Just so much imagination going into these bosses. Look at these things. made out of its metal. As the original Gilgamesh would also have saws. Or also, let me see, all of its. Why don't you go into the photo mode? What the hell? There we go. There are its saws. We'll see that in a second. But first, let's damage it a little bit, so that we might see something interesting that this boss does. That is, now it's shaking me off. Right now, it can actually put spikes, like just shoot spikes out of its hide. So basically, everything that it has just weapons all over, right? Oof. Almost got hit by that. If I hit that... Well, that didn't work. It's tentacle. Oh my god. It's tentacles. Shoot. I also should. And of course, Nero, if we actually see it, you'll see that actually its tail has extended. And now it's on top of the ship. I'm not sure if I've ever gotten him to be here, but like you can totally see how it totally gets on top of the ship. And if it's gonna move, let's see. It has actually made the ship move. And the ship moves from the weight. Just so much detail to these stages. And now we can actually go here. What is it actually? What are you aiming at, Nero? If we go in here, it's gonna destroy this whole thing. There we go. Just destruction all around. Owie. But I need to get on top so I can actually damage it. Let's go. Let's see if I can actually get it. There we go. Nope. But yeah, basically the idea with this boss was to just provide a change of pace. Oh, there we go. There we go. Finally. But also, while doing that, we have this cutscene during the middle of the fight in which we will break the floor from underneath and have Gilgamesh get down from there, right? Get stumped. And if you play the previous mission as V, you will see that you are actually being attacked. You're being attacked from above by Gilgamesh. Now it's actually being fully turned off. This is actually pretty rare to see. Let's see if... No, it actually didn't show. But its tentacles also have an extra mode in which they will... Oh, there we go. There it is. There it is. There you go. Its tentacles not only are capable of... Oh, come on. Come on. Don't unload. are not only capable of shooting me, they are also totally capable of healing the various parts when it goes into this phase. Yes, are you gonna do it? Please? Pretty please? Finish loading the texture. Please, computer. You were doing it just a second ago. There we go. That's pretty good. Look at how detailed that is. That's a good image. Yeah, that's enough. But you might be wondering, what are they actually healing? These things right here, which are the things that I can break and use as screen grips. And there's something very, very interesting, because not only is Gilgamesh in the level previous to this one as V, if we look at this, you can see that this is just straight up a Grim Grip, right? This is just straight up a Grim Grip. And you might be thinking, are these actually Grim Grips? And as it turns out, let's actually go and check out what the Grim Grip pads for this game look like. As I was saying, we were going to be on mission 3. Because meanwhile, let's read what this book has to say about Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is a type of underworld metal that can shift between liquid and solid states. The demon tree absorbs the liquefied Gilgamesh, and though it would normally turn to ash if not connected to the Qliphoth, by existing in symbiosis with the Gilgamesh, it is able to retain its internal underworld magic while moving freely through this world. That is to say, Kinoshita, right? And that explains how that works, right? It's not just that it's a random root. The roots would not exist without being tied directly to the Gilgamesh. So this is a Grim Grip in DMC 5. You may notice that it's red and metallic, and it looks quite a bit just like Gilgamesh, because this most likely is Gilgamesh. This most likely is intended to be Gilgamesh. Like I said, all of the bosses in this game don't just show up for their boss fight and nothing else. They're around for a lot of the game. The Gilgamesh not only is a boss, it also gives you the Grim Grips that you use as an hero. So with that, we can actually get to Geryon. Enemy reports. And we can actually get to Geryon. There we go. Actually adjust this a little bit more. Geryon are listed as Equus Demonicus in some of the oldest demonology texts. That's horse demon to the uneducated. You keeping up okay, sugar? Anyway, seems these demons come in all shapes and sizes, but the one thing they have in common is the power to mess with time. They're also proud. This is not a horse you just jump onto and ride around. So if he's telling the truth, the way that knight was able to ride this Geryon is some mighty impressive stuff. And this, much like Artemis, is a returning boss from sorry about that, from DMC 3, right? There we go. Why did that turn off? That's just straight up weird. And the original DMC 3 boss looked a lot more like this. here it is. It was just a lot more just horse-like, right? This one actually retroactively turned this demon a lot more like the Geryon in the Divine Comedy, which is where the original idea for the other boss came from, which was this dragon-like creature which Dante and Virgil ride during their passage through hell. And again, this is yet another example of DMC5 lightly retconning some of the designs in the game in order to make them fit a little bit more, not just with the Divine Comedy, but with something else. Because according to the commentary, which I'm about to read, there's something a little bit more interesting about this demon. In DMC3, there was a horse-drawn carriage, but maybe this is another horse of the same species. I was imagining the Mush-Hushu, a creature in folklore that's sort of a horse, sort of a dragon, and sort of a horse. And that's by Ikeno, Daigo Ikeno, who's the main director. And the Mush-Hushu, I actually not downloaded. Well, let's just take a second. Mush. There we go. Mush-Hushu is this creature, this tiny little creature, the symbol of the god Marduk, who's a mythological animal in the in Mesopotamian Babylonian mythology, right? Which was not really any kind of particular animal, it seems. But personally, I always thought this monster always sort of looked sort of like a Kirin from East Asian folklore and mythology. But as it turns out, it's actually based on this thing, which is also sort of like a unicorn. You can actually totally see that from the profile. Let's see. Let's actually put them next to each other. You can actually totally see their resemblance. You know, the long neck, the body, the long tail, long dragon tail. So this being a Babylonian creature, and the Temenigru in DMC3, where the original Geryon would be found, being based on the Tower of Babel, this retroactively makes Geryon fit a lot more with all of the stuff from DMC3. Even this, perhaps the only really Mesopotamian demon in DMC3 was this guy, our friend Beowulf, right, who was based on Pazuzu. Really, I don't think I even really need to look for that, because like this is just basically what Pazuzu looks like, minus the whole horn, the whole broken eye. It's basically the same as Beowulf, and if you ever looked at you, you'll probably recognize him in Beowulf, right? But yeah, you know, I think that's pretty cool that they actually did that. It still looks a lot more draconic. And if I actually have the crops of the book right here, I would see Geryon. There we go. This is just some concept art, right? The concept art of Geryon. Nothing much, right? Sadly, I can't go into the boss arena for this boss, because also this one isn't in Bloody Palace, but this actually shows a lot more of the anatomy of the creature. And it also says the lack of meat makes its neck look that much longer, but it's only a little longer than a real horse's. Basically, it's snake-like scales over a horse's skeleton and musculature, thus dragon horse. Pretty thin, tail is big, right? So the whole idea is, you know, like, it kind of looks a little bony, right? It's a combination of a horse's skeleton and scales. Very, very demonic. Lots of, you know, polygons, lots of detail in this model. Sadly, we can't look at it a little bit closer, but hey. Also has like really like weird eyes, right? Not really like a horse's eyes. Those are circular. Its mane is actually made of fire. It has some extra horns. Even the things that the Cavaliere grabs right here have are made of fire. And it even has like fangs and everything. Such a cool design. I always say it when I actually get to this boss and everything while I play this game, that I think that is probably the most metal, just pure metal boss in the entire game. But the funny thing is that most likely, since we're also going to like segue into Cavaliere, most likely this boss was probably not intended to be Geryon. And it was just going to be a horse riding knight. That they went and they just went, you know, maybe we can reuse the horse and then we can use that for a to give Nero an ability that freezes time, just like in DMC3, right? And then they reuse that whole concept, right? Then we can finally get to Cavaliere Angelo, because if we look at the other Angelos, which we've absolutely seen at least 3 times now, you can totally see that this is not Geryon. This is just a horse, right? So the idea of the horse riding guy preceded Geryon by a lot, right? And we can finally get to our friend Cavaliere, one of the most fun bosses in the game. Whatever sorcery it was that cooked up the original Black Angel, somebody's been mighty busy perfecting it to make this fella. Retractable shields built into both arms, its attack and defense in a single package. And with that demon gall Trish stuck inside, it could blast lightning all up in your face too. Let me tell you, I've got a lot of respect for the design. Sure wish I could have seen this one myself, but I guess I'll have to quiz Trish and Dante about it instead. So yeah, this is very straightforward Angelo design, which is primarily based and is intended to be a continuation of Fredo in DMC4, who very similarly had a shield for a wing. In fact, all of the Angelos did that, right? And even the Scudo Angelos in this game had that same feature of like having this sort of like angel face as their shield, right? But this is very clearly intended to be this game's version of the same boss. But instead of being a bird, and instead of being angelical, this one is most likely based on a bat, right? Because it's also quite similar to this one boss from DMC3 that is Nevin. There's this bat lady, sort of looks like Lilith from the Old Testament, right? Who also uses purple lightning, possibly also intended as a sort of reference to Trish. But let's go a little bit into its stage. Let's go as Dante, because it's very much designed around Dante. Let's see what it does. Let's go in here. Let's go. Now, I'm playing badly. And the really cool thing about this boss is that, there we go, as you fight it, you actually start to turn him off, right? This whole idea of him being lightning and his whole shield and everything, right now he's like completely turned off, right? You can see that the sword doesn't have electricity, none of his things are lit up, right? He can't do anything when he's turned off, so now he will retreat and he will start charging up again. And as he charges up, what happens is a little bit more interesting, is that not just him, but look at all the things around here. Is this turned off for Bloody Palace? I doubt it. But let's see. Let's see if we can actually get something going. Is it? No. I mean, look at all these cables, because this actually happens inside of a tunnel, right? This is just a big tunnel. Right, and here's the big tree, right? This is just a big tunnel. And whenever Cavaliere comes around, you can also see it on those lights. Look at those lights in the back. They all get turned on as he gets closer. Everything that is electrical gets powered by him, right? Even his walking. Let's see if I can actually catch it. Come on, buddy. Help me a little bit. Look at these street lamps. They get turned on and off as he gets closer. All of the bosses in this game interact with their stages even a little bit. But you can see right here, even his feet are actually projecting lightning into the ground. As for his design, there's actually quite a little few interesting things about him. First of all, if you actually would care to look at it, he's actually very muscular. He's not totally covered in metal as the other Angelos are, right? And he also kind of has like these like claw-like things on his elbows and his knees, right? But he's very muscular and even sort of veiny too, right here in his muscles. And he actually has a full-on face, because it seems that Cavaliere is actually not a complete demon. Of course, like he's capable. He has Trish inside of him, but it seems that he actually can't survive without a host. Look at his... And that is actually really funny when you think about it. Because what happens when you actually beat Cavaliere? Look at him. Again, if the textures will finish loading. Also seems to have a lot of eyes, right? Right? He actually just has a straight up human face. But what happens once you beat Cavaliere? Nothing else but the fact that he actually does not die. This one demon does not die. What happens Let's go to the gallery. Let's go to the story. Prologue. Mission 11. There we go. An evolved iteration in the Angelo series. It'd be nice if they could produce these things without having to put someone inside, but I guess they need some kind of host for the strong ones. As you can see, it directly goes and fuses into a motorcycle that it had previously thrown in Dante, and Dante had cut it in two, which is also a scene that is not only taken from DMC Devil May Cry, a specific scene, but also taken referencing the very first scene of DMC 1, where Cavaliere actually, where Trish starts her relationship with Dante by throwing a bike at him, on top of him, and Dante just sort of juggles it with his guns, right? But I say it's specifically based on DMC Devil May Cry because there's a very specific enemy that cuts a car into in a very similar way. Let me actually get rid of that. And let me actually go look at the enemies, because I also forgot to do that, because there's just so much going on. So much going on. Let's see, Harpy, Ravager, was it the Butcher? Yeah, the Butcher. Here it is. Here it is. Here is our friend the Butcher. I'll be seeing it in a second, because we'll be having a little look at the Cavaliere weapon, because it's actually pretty interesting how the boss is translated. Now, weapons. Dante Cavaliere, right? Here we have the Cavaliere weapon. And if you actually take your time to look at it, you will notice that it has basically most of the pieces of Cavaliere right there, right? You can see his face right here. You can see that it has like those eyes that he has on his front, right? On his forehead. You can see the like buttons that he has on his chest. You can see the muscular like texture that he has. Those horns that I was talking about, right? Everything, you know, his pieces of armor, this specific thing that is sort of like his sword, which extends during one particular attack, right? It's basically all there. And the funny thing about Cavaliere is that it actually divides into two, and these two forms actually have the exact same parts. They're not like all of the parts that are in one form are still in the other. They just move around a little bit, right? It's an excellent model. And one of the funniest things about it is that you will notice it has a rocket on its side, and that is most likely because it is referencing possibly this, the Batmobile, especially in the old Batman series, where it just had a jet on its behind, right? Which is yet another reason why I think he's not based on a dragon, but instead on actually just a bat, right? But it's probably, you know, he's so bat-like, and he's even called the Black Knight, right? Sounds a lot like Batman. Even this whole thing is actually just color black. In fact, if we go into Bloody Palace, I might actually be able to show yet another thing regarding this weapon, which is that, let me see. If we actually get it working, as we can see right here, this weapon actually transforms and de-transforms, not in every attack, but in basically most of them. Actually just separates in real time. It has in-between forms, or rather not really forms, but it separates in real time. As to why it is a buzzsaw, as I was saying before, we have our friend right here called the Butcher, which I was talking about before. Let me actually get this thing on OBS. Here it is. This is an enemy from DMC Devil May Cry, which also just happens to have these two very, very big zaws, right? Originally, I don't know if I can actually find Cavaliere. I don't know if we'll actually be able to find it, but originally this weapon was actually intended, yeah, here it is, intended to be not for Dante but for Nero. Was originally intended to be, see, there's a lot of some more concept art. I think this one is actually in the book. So this one is actually pretty finished, but as you can see, it says right here, Nero. Another reason why it might actually be black, and it was originally going to be called the Emperor, and that's probably not incidental, since the Black Emperors were a very, very famous motorcycle gang in Japan, right? There's even a film, and there's a very famous post-rock band called Godspeed You, Black Emperor, after the film, right? And here we have it a little bit more, right, of the concept art, right? But yeah, a lot of work gone into this weapon, and to make sure that it's seamless, and so much of the boss is kept. Just great. It's just great. I love this weapon. It's such a fun weapon to play with too. And if we can see, only during full throttle does this weapon extend its sword. No, none of the other attacks have this happening, sadly. It's just during full throttle. That's a good image. Yeah. Anything else on Cavaliere? I think that should be enough, right? I guess one more thing to talk about this boss will be just its animations, and particularly the wing animations. Just like Nico was saying before, all of its animations, you know, like are have it retracting its wings, and anytime it's trying to use them as a shield. Cavaliere Angelo, here it is. Or anytime it's swinging, just these wings are constantly expanding and contracting, right? It's just really, really, really cool, right? Such a good design, and its cape is actually like made of darkness, not unlike Nevin's, right? Because this is like this whole idea is that he's lightning based, right? So he has also cloudy stuff going around him, right? And the whole idea is that he doesn't just power himself up, but he loses his own power because he actually is using Trish as a battery, right? Now, if you excuse me, it's been almost, yeah, it's already been 2 hours, so I'm going to go get myself some water because I haven't been drinking anything for the time being. I'm kind of slightly dehydrated, so I'm gonna leave you with our friend right here. Just for a second, and I'll be back soon, right? I will be back very, very soon. All right. We're back. Sorry for the short interruption. Let's get another thing going. So, what are we up to next? Let's unpin this. Unpin this message. We were talking about Cavaliere, so let's talk about Cavaliere's boss. We're actually pretty close to the end. It's just 3 more bosses, although the final one is probably going to be a little bit longer, right? That is to say, this lady right here, which is probably, I mean, I keep saying this, right? But it's just like, just keep repeating myself, where it's just like, oh, this is my favorite boss. No, this is my other favorite boss. Oh my god, what happened? What happened? Okay. No, actually, this is my favorite boss. No, this is so good, right? But here we go. Malphas. I think that this is probably the most underrated boss in the game. I think that that's a title that befits it, right? Malphas. According to me, oh, that's a little bit too close. According to me, this demon calls itself Malphas. Judging by the different body and tissue of its upper and lower halves, I think it used to be 2 separate entities. My guess is some arcane sorceress type fused the bird into herself, but then realized she couldn't keep the bird under control. By the way, this bird was still a little chick. If you'd let it grow up all big and strong, we could have had a real problem in our own hands. So, That's pretty straightforward, right? But there were actually so many concepts of Malphas thrown around before they actually settle on this. It's yet another boss where they worked a lot with what they had. Here it is. Our friend Malphas. You can see it. Let me actually move this a little bit. Oh, the ad. Oh, just the ad. Here we go. And what it says right here is, let's first look at the general commentary. 3 necromancer witches who use sorcery to grant false life to handsome corpses that have fallen into the underworld, reanimating them into various forms to use as servants. This time, they've taken the form of a creepy but cute bird, but the next time they could be something different, like a creature formed out of a conglomeration of corpses. Huh. Personally, I never, and that was by Mr. Ikano, right? Personally, I never liked those newborn baby birds with the bare skin. They're unpredictable, their eyes bug out, and they always scared me. I had the thought, what if one of those things got big and attacked me? So I drew the idea, and that's how it started. As I refined it, I decided to add the warping ability and character to function as its brain. So it evolved. So many people believe, and I personally always felt that this might actually be a sort of reference to the Griffin chick concept that was never materialized in DMC1, but it seems that it's actually totally unrelated, and it seems that actually this became itself just by itself, you know, like, and it just happened to be similar to a concept from DMC1, right? But what are you gonna do, right? What are you gonna do? Not everything can be a reference, right? Not everything can be something else. There were a lot of concepts that ended up not making it, but we can actually go into the boss battle for this one. Go into Bloody Palace. Let's go as Nero, because Nero has some interesting, unique interactions with this boss. I doubt that I'll be able to get all of them, but at least some of them. And as always, many of the things that are unique to the bosses are actually just caught in Bloody Palace, right? Most of the dialogue is caught, and that's one thing that this game adds that the previous ones didn't have, that again is taken from DMC Devil May Cry. See, Rawhide, there we go. This is the Gilgamesh weapon, right? Rawhide. Very, very, very much made of Gilgamesh, right? Very beautiful. I could also go into the breakers, but it's also something for another time. And as you can see, your main ability is to just have this warping portals. You have the witch. This is a very, very good boss, because it's actually such a like reacting boss, right? It's so fluid and so dynamic. You can even like technically hop on it, but it won't be possible while the chick is moving, right? But if we actually do look a little bit at the witches, we can actually see them from up close. There we go. Look at those pretty faces. And there's a very, very interesting data regarding those tattoos that they have on their faces. It says their hair forms a rope around the body, fashionably decorated with skulls. That's correct. Look at all these. Look at all these things. I don't think the skulls actually made it. Or maybe they're very, very tiny skulls. Oh yeah, there are a couple skulls there still. Wow. I would have never noticed that. Still in the hair. But regarding their faces, it says right here, Ogham numerals for 1, 2, and 3 are carved deeply into their faces. What was once blood has soaked into the skin and stained them like tattoos. What is Ogham, you might be wondering? Ogham was actually a very, very ancient script of the Irish language, which was mostly made with just lines like these carved onto wood or rock, right? I don't think there were actual numerals, but this very much like gives the sense of that, right? It says Celtic Ogham script, right? Right. It very much looked like this, with, you know, like a middle line which will be their eyes. They actually have a line across their face, right? It's almost like they're blinded by it, right? They don't seem to actually have eyes. And then another line crossing from up and down, right? And it says about these stones, they're not loading at all. Oh, there they are. They loaded, and now they're unloaded. This is what happens when you don't have a good computer. Oh, are you working? Are you working or not? No, you don't want to work. Okay, but these are styled after Celtic spirals or Celtic spirals, except they don't actually spiral. They're just circles. It just needed a generally Celtic flair. Skulls are embedded at the center of the circles, and that's not really you know, incidental, because for the ancient Celts, the skulls were actually where the soul resided, right? So it's not the only place these stones show up. They also show up here. All around our stage are these stones, just like the ones they have, right? And she's, or rather they are very, very stereotypically Western witches, right? They have this freaking cauldron. They have a cauldron being lit underneath with blue fire, right? And they have this whole juice. Now let's actually see what happens. I just got hit by the whole, you know, like their whole spiral things, right? But let's see what happens when I actually think, you know, a little bit more will actually knock them down, because like the whole idea of this boss is that there we go. What happens if you knock down the witches? The cauldron starts to overflow, and then it just soaks the bird, right? It's starting to overflow because they're no longer keeping it down, right? And then the bird becomes enraged. We can easily take it out, right? But during his buster, what does Nero do? He shoves their face, all three of them, right in there, right in the cauldron. It's great. Like, it's so good. It's just like, it's so funny. Like, it's such a fun boss, right? But again, the whole idea is that you can either target the bird or target the witches. The witches are very annoying, and as the bird attacks you, you will get shot at by the witches, right? These spikes will come down. They will also shoot. Let's see if they actually shoot me. But I can also just keep hitting the bird, and if I do that, which is a lot harder to do, and just shooting the witches, you can technically go through those portals, but it's kind of difficult. There we go. We can actually shoot down the bird without having the witches. But I did it again. Oh shit. But let's see what happens when we just... Please wake up already. Can you? Can you not? Yeah, there she goes. Now then she goes into the ground. And then she arises from the ground, from all this goop. And if you have actually been paying attention to what's going on, all this floor, this blackish thing, is all filled with skeletons. This is all skeletons, right? And that is most likely also taken from here. This is the concept for Nightmare, right? It was also a demon for V in this game, right? Where originally, when the game was Resident Evil, it would have had all these skeletons and all of these. It would just be like this mass filled, filled with corpses and skeletons, this writhing mass. But if we let her go, they start to heal themselves again, because this is a sort of necromantic boss. And look at this. Look at this. Look at this. This is just amazing. Look at all the stones right here. Look at the mist. It's just beautiful. It's just so beautiful. The purple. She'll do a big attack, which I think we're gonna just dodge. The lighting just sort of, and then they come back to life. Not too much of a danger here in Bloody Palace. And then they can finally start attacking. And hey, they come along you, Oh, and it fell. The baby chick is so erratic, while the witches are so annoying. Let's try to actually have this baby chick hit something. There we go. As you can see, whenever it hits something, much like the other bosses, much like how Artemis, will lift all of the papers from the books in the library, how Cavaliere will light up its own arena, all of the lights in his arena or the broken cables will like shoot out sparks, how Goliath will break parts of his arena or like grab rocks or cars that are around, and how he will leave craters, all of that. This boss too just has an effect on the arena whenever it is attacking something, right? Even the spikes come in just every time this boss goes around, and the bosses, being bosses, have that luxury, right? Because they only can be on one arena, so they can be entirely designed to work with that one arena, right? That is the advantage of having a boss. You have a boss like this. Oh, I should probably also show what Rawhide can do with this boss. Because, look at this. You have this boss who has two separate parts. You have the bird and the witch, and the witches, right? And they can teleport. They can move around. If they're far away, oh, they'll go for a charge. I guess in this phase they'll just always go for a charge. Oh, she still talks. You're too immature to defeat my master. That is to say, Urizen. Oh, but we can also do this. And if you have rawhide, whenever you knock them back, and that happens a lot of the time, you can actually still snatch them. But of course, the whole point is, you know, like, if you fight it from up close, it's one way. If you fight it from far away, it's another way. Its phases change. How the boss fights. Oh, let's actually like do one more thing, because it's actually really cool. Let me actually just sort of like speed run through this boss for a second. This is the advantage of, you know, having Bloody Palace. You can also trap, you know, its separate parts into in the bubbles for ragtime. You also have in the actual mission, in the actual boss fight within the campaign of the game, you have V throwing breakers at you. So like, there's just so much going on with all of these bosses, you know. All of them just like have their own unique things, even like visual effects. Let me see. No, I couldn't actually get the snatch through teleport. Ah, you bitch. They're really a lot harder to get if you don't. Hell, let me actually try to get the snatch so I can actually show it. No. One more time, baby. No? Let me keep trying a little bit. No, come on. There we go. There we go. You can totally do that. And as you can see, you can even climb on top of it. Oh my god. No, I want you to go into the other face. I guess I have to not even fucking fight you. Oh my god. Why don't they wake up? Oh, there we go. There we go. But I want to actually show something really cool that is in the book and didn't actually make it into the game, which is this. We have one of the few cases of a storyboard right here. As you can see, this is an actual storyboard for a cutscene that was just scrapped for Malphas. And it says, right here in the first one, it says, this is very small lettering. Let me actually get a lot closer. It says, a whispering voice emanated from a feminine form illuminated by some light source on a small hill. As he approached, he could distinctly make out that it was some odd incantation being recited by a chorus of voices, all belonging to the single feminine form. Woman, a visitor, and you've come all this way. You're just in time. We were just about to birth a new life. It should be this one, right? As you see them from the back, you know. You're just in time. We're about to birth a new life. Would you like to come and play with us, little boy? This was no ordinary woman, but a witch with 3 eyeless faces and 3 arms. Liquid began pouring out of a large cauldron from the witch, flooding over a pile of bones. As the liquid began to cover the corpses, the floor of bones beneath the witch's feet emitted a shriek that sounded at once like a death rattle and the cries of a newborn, and began to bulge violently. The bulging ground at last took form, wriggling into the shape of something like a baby bird. This was far too ghostly to be called a life. So this whole idea is that they're necromancers, right? And this baby bird is probably dead, right? As you can see, this whole ground, this was still sort of kept, but not totally, right? Because like that was intended to be like the introduction to Malphas, but Malphas is actually introduced way earlier into the game, along with Elder Geryon Knight, before its boss fight, right? Bye bye. And this whole thing with the bosses disappearing like that is probably most likely intended to be a reference to the way bosses would die in DMC1, right? Because in DMC1 they will just like actually fly into polygons, right? They will just like disappear into polygons because this was such an early game. Actually, let's go into this. Let's go into King Cerberus, since we've already gone through Malphas. Let me take a little stretch. A little sip of water. And we're almost at the 3-hour mark. Cerberus has appeared in a number of media to date. It stands to reason it would have propagated in the underworld and built up a powerful army. Also designed DMC3's Cerberus, but it's unclear if they are destinedly related or not. Now this is probably my favorite boss in the game, but for real, right? I think this is such a great boss. It's designed around Dante, but much like Malphas is designed around Nero, and so is Goliath, and so is Artemis. Meanwhile, Cavaliere is designed around Dante, and so is Cerberus, right? But Cerberus is really such a good boss. King Cerberus is just such a great boss. Sadly, the song that I also love is turned off, but as you can see, it's a Cerberus. It has three, it's a dog with 3 heads, right? It's very much a Cerberus. But the cool thing about this Cerberus is this Cerberus has different elements. It has a fire head, it has a lightning head, and it has an ice head, right? So the entire fun of the fight is that it's actually, you know, it's actually constantly turning into a different form, right? So like if the fire phase takes over, right, it fights in a certain way. It fights close combat. If the lightning phase takes over, it fights from a more close range, and if the ice phase takes over, it fights from the center of the screen. But here's another cool thing about Cerberus. Let's look at this whole arena. This is very, very clearly fiery, right? Let's look at what happens when the lightning guy comes around. Right? This whole arena changes. Now it's just filled with water. There's clouds above, right? There's clouds above. There's lightning in the clouds. This farm is so annoying. It's purely long range, but there's fountains there. There's like waterfalls coming down. It's black. It's so dark, and now the ice form is coming up again. And now it has created ice all over, right? It's created ice all over. It's just shooting ice. This ice becomes an annoyance for me because I can't move. Ice is, of course, what the original Cerberus had. Oh, but what happened? I knocked it back, so now the lightning form is gonna come back. And the ice remains. The ice remains. And that is very, very interesting. Why? Because if I just so happen... God, so annoying. If I just so happen... Look at this. There's still clouds above, but there's all this water. And now the fire form comes around. Now what happens? Now it's all watery. Now its whole stage is water instead of all fiery and burned. And what happens is that its attacks no longer project fire. So now it actually just can burn me. This boss and any of the enemies that have elemental type attacks, what happens with them is that now the ice form is back. The fire form is back. The ice... No, it's the ice form, yeah. Let's see. Let's go into the ice form. What happens? Will it be the normal ice version, or will it be something different? Actually, it has way less ice than it would otherwise. Because I went from the fire phase into the ice phase, which is not how you should go. It should go fire, lightning, and then ice. But if you actually break the sequence of how the fight ought to progress, what happens is that these stages get mixed up, right? And I think that's such a cool fucking detail that every, like, all these bosses just, like, not only have some form of interaction with the player, but also interaction with their own stages. And you can actively modify the stage by fighting the boss in a certain way, right? It is just so cool that that can happen with this boss. Now it's changing back. And now it's going to be the normal fire. As you can see, it's all It's all boiling, right? It's all boiling, so there's no fire around. I mean, there's no water around. But this whole idea of a triple boss is far from the first. I mean, this whole lightning, fire, ice trifecta, of course, was not invented by Devil May Cry at all, right? It's just very common in role-playing games and in Japanese role-playing games, that is to say. But before that, in DMC2, you had this guy called Trismagia. Was a pretty big boss, right? But it was this three-faced wizard that could divide into three different forms, right? You had the black lightning one, the white ice one, and the red fire one, right? And well, I'm not sure if it's necessarily derivative of that boss. It's really an interesting piece of, you know. Yoichi, happy stream anniversary. Thank you. I actually had my stream anniversary yesterday. I mean, the anniversary is yesterday, but I continued that stream because I still had more to talk about the designs in this game. How are you doing, Yoichi? I hope you've been doing good. I'm closing near the end. I think I just have this one boss, and then it's the final boss to just talk about. I'm not sure if I will actually go into. I probably shouldn't, right? Into the designs for the playable characters. But one last thing I wanna point out regarding Cerberus, if I can. Look at this big dog. Its anatomy, if you actually care to look at it, especially look at its claws, look at its paws. If you actually look at the amount of fingers, of talons in its paws, you will notice that it actually has 7. It actually has 7 fingers, right? It technically has an 8th one right here, right? But the whole joke is that this is actually 2 arms combined, right? Because it's technically 3 dogs in 1. So the forelimbs had double arms. Whereas if we look at the back limbs, the hind legs, right? They're a lot weaker and a lot more normal, right? They just have 4 fingers. They don't have the 8 fingers that the other ones have, right? But it also explains how it is that it can actually attack pretty decently with its forelegs. Even the tail, if we actually go and look at it, is actually a triple tail, which is sort of entwined around itself. It's actually kind of hard to see the tip, especially in this form. Let's see if I can actually knock it out of it. Damn. This boss is actually quite difficult. There we go. But this whole big-ass explosion, you can actually see the tail pretty well there. Oh, it actually has 3 separate parts to it. There we go. In the fire form, where the tail has... Let's see if I can actually see it now. There we go, there it is, you know. It has the 3 tails all locked into each other, right? Because you can actually see, if we actually care to look, right? Now it's getting electrified. I can actually get close. Now this is gonna be better lit. There we go. You can actually see that not only does it have hair, it actually has these, you know, these spikes, which show that it actually has 3 separate spines. Ouchie. 3 completely separate spines. And the tail can technically hit you too. There we go. It can totally hit you. Thank you. Happy stream anniversary. Thank you, Gunpie. How are you doing? I hope you're doing good. You can totally see that this thing has actually 3 spines which connect at the hip and turn into triple tail. Such a good boss. I adore this boss. I think this is by far my favorite boss in the game, simply because it's just so fun to play. It's so challenging, but at the same time it's such a dynamic fight. I absolutely adore boss fights which don't have just, you know, middle phases and final phases and everything, but are constantly changing their movesets. I think, for example, Soul of Cinder in Dark Souls 3 is also one of my most, I don't know if my most beloved bosses, but I really have a soft spot for that enemy because it just has, it's just so cool to have a boss that changes between being a mage and being a warrior and being a priest all the time, so that you have to constantly adapt to what it's doing, right? So cool. Just so cool. And I'm so glad they brought him back they brought Cerberus back for this game. Of course, the original Cerberus was actually, no, don't touch that. Don't touch that. The original Cerberus was and of course, if you look closely at the faces, you know, they have different teeth, they have different their ears are pointing in different directions. I think I've always seemed to me that they have different like eyebrows, but I've never been able to like sufficiently confirm it, right? The original Cerberus was actually just an ice creature, most likely a reference to the Divine Comedy, and how we talked about about this a little bit on the previous stream, right? The Casitas is the lowest form of lowest part of hell in the Divine Comedy, and instead of being fiery, is actually just filled with ice, right? And of course, you have Cerberus in the MC3, which instead of being made of fire, is, as you would expect more stereotypically, it's actually it actually had ice as an element, and it also sort of changed its pattern of attack as its whatchamacallit, its heads rotated, and whatever was down would be the main form of attack. But it wasn't as complex as this boss, and it was also like stuck to a wall, which this boss doesn't do, right? This boss is constantly moving, and the way the boss is originally presented in its cutscene is that it breaks from its chains. But let's leave this boss for now. I love this boss. Such a fun boss. Such a fun boss. Maybe before we actually get into Urizen, let's actually go and look. Wait, I'm with the Nero. I should change to Dante. To some really cool features which are also incorporated into the weapon form of King Cerberus, right? The triple nunchuck. Let's just get rid of the enemies in the very first stage. There we go. That was very quick. Here we have the actual King Cerberus weapon, right? And there we have a lot of tiny and small and bigger and smaller changes to this weapon, but it more or less resembles the original Cerberus, the original triple nunchuck from DMC3. Right? In its basic ice form, it has a triple, you know, it is still this triple nunchuck united by this one ring. But it also has its ice form. I mean, its lightning form, which is entirely made of long-range attacks, just like with the boss, right? The ice forms have much shorter range attacks, a lot like the ice form of the boss. And the fire form is the one that is fully on the offensive. You know, big, strong attacks, strong melee attacks, right? Whereas the ice form is quicker but much more stylish and much more numerous attacks, right? But a really cool thing is that if you look at it, these, it's especially more noticeable. Let me see right here. These, the tips of all of the different forms, are actually made of links of chains, just like with the boss. This is fully incorporated into how the weapon works. And the idea is, of course, that, you know, like, the powers that the boss have are sort of trapped within these cages. So the chucks, you know, the flails are actually, the heads of the flails are actually just solid eyes. They're made of solid eyes. They're not made of metal, right? Of course, they have a lot more powerful abilities, being able to basically cast lightning, fire, and ice. Just like, you know, it's also sort of like a magician's staff, right? So many just cool animations, dude. Like, so good. It's so good. The animations in this game are just great, right? But the other cool thing is that if you look at it, this weapon only has a single cage using its power. This weapon attacks with two. One tip and another tip. And this weapon attacks with three. And if we remember the order in which the boss was fought, you have fought fire, lightning, and then ice. Right? So not only are things like the elements, the way each part of the boss fights, the chain links, the whole idea. By the way, these, like, if you actually looked at, like, the things stuck to Cerberus' back, they're just these like nail things too, right? But also, like, the order in which you fight the boss is taken into account when it comes to this weapon, which is probably my favorite fucking weapon in the games. Just, I fucking love this weapon. There's just so much going on with this weapon, right? But that's not the stream for that. That is not the stream for that, because if I start talking about that, I will never end talk and just finish. So yeah, we have finally arrived. And before we actually go into Urizen, let's actually go into the boss that I skipped, which is the Qliphoth Roots. Qliphoth Roots. Oh, but before that, let's actually, like, read what Nico has to say about Urizen. about King Cerberus. Everybody knows that when you see a big mod with 3 heads, that there is a Cerberus. But Dante managed to run into the king of the whole bunch. That guy's moving up in the world. Well, you gotta hand it to the king. Wielding fire, lightning, and ice ain't no mean feat. But like all Cerberus, under all the king this and your majesty that, he ain't nothing but a glorified guard dog. Wonder if Urizen was upset about what happened to his pup. Before we go into Urizen, as to say the master, right? Because he is in the new Demon King. Let's finally look at the Qliphoth Roots. We're seeing these bundles of Qliphoth Roots all over Redgrave. The outer skin on him is so thick you'd have to spend hours working on him with your sword or gun to cut through. Figures, what other kind of plant will survive in the underworld? Luckily, these shrinking violets wear their hearts on their sleeves. Look at the pulsating mass of reds somewhere within the roots. My theory is that these spots are like hearts, pumping collected blood into the Qliphoth. Well, like any gal knows, if you put your heart out in the open, then it's gonna get broke. Take out the pulsating red blobs and the roots should wither. Just try not to think about how much blood they needed to get that big. Yeah, it's really, if you actually, it's actually visible, but it's actually pretty visible right here. But if you actually look at these roots, this is like technically like the first mission boss, but if you look at the roots, you can actually see that there are actual arms and legs of people up there, and it's pretty nasty, right? But this whole Qliphoth root, the Qliphoth saps energy from anything and everything in this world. With a silhouette like barbed wire and a sack brimming with the color of life, a Qliphoth creates a horrific image at once modern and primitive. Let's say Kinoshita, and that touches on one of the design parts of this game that I absolutely love, that is just the combination of just modern and animalistic and supernatural, which is just so good, you know? These demons are not just demons because they're just monsters with horns. They're demons because they have completely unnatural parts to them that shouldn't go together, right? And of course, if you play the game, you will notice that these like red blobs are actually all over the place. And this is the way by which you actually open a lot of doors and passages and places that are stuck. And many people often complain about the fact that a lot of the game happens inside the Qliphoth and that the Qliphoth is all over the game, but I think that it's actually really cool. I think that this idea that they had for this game, where like the entire game was being infested by this one particular thing, right? And it was going to, and it just destroys the entire city, right? And if you interact with this thing, you get to actually move parts of the scenery you're in, right? It's actually like so, it's just so cool, because especially in previous DMC games, there was just like, there were doors and there were like, you know, things like platforming sections, and you would play the game and, you know, it's like they felt very random, right? They felt just like someone was like, oh yeah, let's just like throw this gizmo around and this will serve as a way to open this particular door. But here, like I was talking before, you know, every boss that you encounter has some sort of functionality in the world at large, right? This Qliphoth, this tree, isn't just an environment. It is something that is constantly attacking you, something that is constantly being destroyed by you. All of the bosses, oh, that's something that I forgot to show, right? When it comes to Malphas, that you have these bosses, right? These bosses that Malphas creates, these are actually created by Malphas, right? If you look at, let's try to actually go into the level with me as a tiny segue, right? If we actually go and look at mission 14, which is the mission where that boss rush happens. There we go. We have V. There we go. We have the Qliphoth. But yeah, every boss has just something that is out there in the game that they do, right? And the Qliphoth is constantly allowing you to interact with the environment in a way that is totally natural, not just for the player, but also within the world of the game, right? It offers an explanation as to why you can do the things that you can do. It seems that my tracks are over. See, the music over? Yes, it actually is. See, what else can I put on? Or macro blank. There we go. Oh, I like this. All right, and we finally arrive here. And you can totally see that this is just Malphas' place. It's all purple. It has the same stuff, right? There we go. B gets in there very, very slowly. It's the single walking section in the entire game. Oh, I fucked it up. I actually skipped the cutscene, but you can actually like see Malphas showing up and laughing at V, but you can totally see this thing. These are just Malphas's things, and this particular thing. See if we can actually get to the gate. There it is. There it is. This dimension. It's healing my body because Malphas has the ability to just heal things, right? Well, that is not going to open. This is actually based on the gate to hell, right? On a very, very famous statue by Odin, which is, by the way, it was the original name for Nero in this game. Was originally going to be called Rodan because DMC4 had all these like big gates to hell, which was later just sort of a change around. Let me just go into any of these random bosses, right? Have this whole boss fight. There we go, free shadow. There we go. If you look at it, there's Malphas, right? This is a statue of Malphas. This is very clearly, right? This is sort of like a hand, right? There's this whole, you know, like cloth covering what would otherwise be the church, right? Being replaced by that because it's this sort of illusion created by Malphas, right? This is just a clone of Goliath. But if we leave and then we go and look at the same place where that same statue is in Bloody Palace, we will find that there's something fucking goddamn it. Well, I'll take this as a chance to go and check something else. This is what happens when you talk too much during stream, right? I don't know how some people can just like talk forever, but it's impressive. Yep, Bloody Palace. It's already... We've already at the 3 hour mark. we go. There we go. What the hell happened? I don't know. I'm pressing whatever, but if we're just... I just need to move around a little bit. There we go. It's the same Goliath. And if we look... Well, I'm too far in, it seems. If we look, you will see that there is the Qliphoth. And that is very, very interesting, because while I was just gathering some of these crops and everything, and just looking again at the book, I actually noticed something new. So, as you can see, this is a concept art of Urizen, a big bad, and here is that very same spire, that very same Qliphoth spire, right? And what it says right there is, let me check. Where is it? There, here he is. Linked to his sense of vision. Mini demon tree. So apparently, it seems that all of these spires, which you see on basically every boss arena in the game, are actually directly tied. They're just ways for Urizen to see into what you are doing. And that, again, is directly taken from DMC Devil May Cry. Because, again, one of the main ideas was that the demons in that game had basically taken over humanity without people knowing. So you had the cameras, like I was talking about before. You had these cameras that had eyes on them. Here it is. Here's the camera. You had this whole camera thing going on. These cameras, by the way, are based on just like the very, very blatant, just like cameras that are in London all around it, which are also in this game, because like there are places in this game which are just based on London, right? But you also had Mr. Mundus right here with his 3 eyes, which is very, very blatantly based on the Mundus from DMC1, right? Which very often showed up as just these 3 balls of red electricity, right? That which were a lot like eyes, right? And you had this is like very clearly like a reference to the other earlier thing. If we look at Urizen, see in particular that he has these three big eyes, and of course also on his head he also has 3 eyes above his 2 eyes, right? His 2 more normal eyes, you can see them a lot clearer there. Even originally, his whole crystal thing that he has right here, originally was going to be slightly different. And it wasn't just going to be a crystal, but it was going to have an eye shape. Let me see. Urizen, here it is. Here it is. As you can see, this eye thing was going to get weaker and weaker and smaller as the crystal would get smaller, right? And it says right here, Demon King's Gauge. Spikes gradually disappear. Eye opens when attacking. Magic sigil is visible. Yamato gradually becomes visible. Contains Yamato. The crystal rotates while moving, right? And that was slightly taken out. It's still somewhat visible within the crystal. Most importantly, this whole like guise of Urizen having all of these tentacles is not new either. Because what the Mundus from DMC Devil May Cry was going to look originally was... Let me see. Where is it? Here he is. This thing. This octopus-like man. Right? Which eventually turned into this thing, because of course Urizen is intended to resemble Mundus, being the new Demon King and all. There's another concept art. It didn't make it into the game. Well, Mundus probably ended up being more like the trash monster that we saw before, right? Here we have him, you know, back, this whole idea of this whole tentacle monster that would just put its tentacles all around the world. I'm not sure if they were exactly supposed to work like they work in DMC 5, but here's an actual remainder of that, which is Sparta, a graffiti of Sparta and Eva, Dante and Virgil's parents, and Sparta is still very, very clearly octopus-like, right? So what else do we have? So again, this is something that resembles our dearest Mundus. But if we go into Bloody Palace, we'll be able to look at Urizen a little bit closer, not just in his early forms, but also in its final form. See, let's make Helter Skelter so they can break through the barrier pretty seamlessly. This will take just a little while. Please, game. Ah, damn. As the crystal breaks, there we go. As you can see, the crystal is just totally a lot more. Very much reduced. This crystal is most likely made of blood, which is also pretty interesting. As you can see, there's a whole pool of blood before the Demon King, Urizen. And as you can see, he's charging the crystal. It's probably intended to be crystallized blood, right? As I'm such a fool. In any case, I think the other one also shows a lot of the stuff pretty well too. And also, while he reaches his second phase, something very interesting happened. You might have noticed that that other room was very dark, but as the Qliphoth opens, It has now been lit up, right? This phase is a lot more annoying to fight. But you can totally see him attacking with his tentacles. See if I can break it. But if you may notice, every time he does an attack, the central things right here, all these spiral things right here, all of them light up, right? Every time he does an attack. Such a cool boss. Such a cool boss. Just look at the lighting. Lighting, the way the lighting goes. It's just so cool. So cool. And if you look at his left hand, it's directly tied. It's directly filled with veins, injecting him with blood. That's the hand that he can move. He doesn't use that hand at all while attacking. But if you actually care to look, you'll notice that the same parts of the Urizen we're about to see are actually still there. You can still see some of his teeth, his hips, the same arms, everything is still there, right? Let's see if there's a little bit more commentary. Yeah. What's it say? Urizen is designed to make you feel the terror of his complete loss of humanity and transformation into a demon, which you can feel in the circular arrangement of eyeballs on his face. I wanted you to think, my goodness, look what's become of him. If we go into the actual fight, not this one, but the one in the actual level, we will go and look a little bit more. I fucked up. I just keep getting into the wrong missions all the time. Let me bring some things up while this thing is loading from my foolishness. These are some extra designs of Urizen they ended up skipping. Oh, show me the story. I don't want to look at it. Right here it says more of a deformed feel, right? Because they wanted to give him, yes please, they wanted to give him, you know, like more of a monstrous feel. It was originally very, very, very angelic, like 17. There we go. So you can see right here this whole idea of the guy sitting in the throne, him being covered in roots, him being a lot more monstrous. So we can finally get in here, and well, you know what? Let's actually look at the cutscene a little bit, right? Because it's actually pretty cool. Because the whole idea was that Virgil, or rather Urizen through this game, and even someone like Goliath has been trying to become the Demon King by getting the fruit of the Qliphoth, right? This cutscene is just so good. It's just so full with feeling. Ugh, nothing is loading. God damn it. Virgil, and he calls him Virgil too, right? This is where it all started. That day Mother saved me and left you behind. Hour. And then the illusion begins to break. The house starts to shatter. You don't have everything. You just lost it. So goddamn cool, man. It's just enlighten you, Dante. There we go. Now let's actually have a quick look at my man right here. It says, as you can look, he actually... Please load, I am begging you. Please load something, come on. Load the textures, load. Please. Might have to restart the game, and I don't want to do that. Please, please, please game. Please, please, please reload. Please load. I guess I'll just reload. I'll just restart the game because I have no choice. Yes, I just have no choice. It's starting to work really badly. So let's just exit and restart the game. It's been quite a while, so that makes sense. Oh no, it crashed. Oh my god. This happens from time to time. I hope nothing else breaks. It'd be a pain in the ass if it did. Let's see. Oh my Jesus. Oh my just yep. Close it. Please close it. Yeah. I'm begging you. There we go. There we go. Now we can restart. Now we can restart. It'll hopefully actually let me look at things. Devil May Cry 5. There we go. Oh, it's almost been... It's been 3.5 hours. I'll easily make it into 4.5. At least, no, not 4.5, but 4 would happen. It's actually quite so stupid. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's still just the same continue. It does not matter. It's fine. I won't have to go through the cutscene yet again. we'll finally be able to look at Urizen, hopefully with much more. Urizen is actually probably has the most pages out of any of these bosses, because he gets a total of 3, 4, 6 pages. So you can tell that a lot of stuff went into him, right? Okay, so let's look at you, buddy. There we go. Hopefully the lighting shows him. See, there we go. That's the face I love. That is the love of my life. Because Urizen really, to me, really is this game. He really, really is the boss of this game, right? So, first of all, let's show you this. This also beautiful face. This is Virgil's face model. Maxim, I don't remember his actual let me see you with your face closed. You still have your mouth open, but you can kind of see it from here, even if it's still very, very monstrous, right? That this is actually just Virgil's face. So the very first time, as we saw in the cutscene, when the whole, like, the roots start to just fall down and everything, you're not just, like, seeing his shape, his actual shape for the very first time. You are actually seeing Virgil's face for the very first time, because this is entirely based on Virgil's face, right? That's just like, that's something that it's very, very hard to see normally, right? But there's a lot more detail to this boss, and here we have it. Oh yeah, before we actually go into this, let's look at this. This is the whole throne room. And if you actually go and look, there's this whole throne room. It's just like pretty much as depicted here. There's a bunch of faces around the throne. There's a bunch of like tiny little statues beneath it, and there's a whole pool of blood. There's something very, very interesting with blood too that we're about to see. But first of all, let's actually look into this. This is probably one of the earliest concepts of Urizen. And what it says right here is, look at it a little closer. Wait, still, there we go. There we go. This, yeah, like this. Okay. It says right here, this was one of those things where I was just like, man, I'm going to need the actual translated book, because this handwriting is something I can't read. It says, traces of Sparta and Nello Angelo. Numerous evil eyes covering whole body. These two bits of information are incredibly important. A demon who has taken control of the demon world. The evil eyes of demons are embedded through his body, and through each one's point of view, he is all-seeing. The place where there used to be a human heart now houses the evil eye of the demon king. Its sight set on supreme rule. And let me see if it wasn't here. I think it was, yeah, and the other thing related to Nero. Let me see where was that comment. Super important. Yeah. We'll just go and read that other thing, because it's also very important And this is the very, very first prototype of Devil Breakers, right? And it says right here, tentative design. By amplifying Nero's innate demonic power, the prosthetic limb restores his lost arm in the form of an astral projection. It's custom tuned to Yul's special neurotransmitters. There's a neutral synapse specific to demon. Guess you could call it the devil's synapse. Do you have any idea how much of my blood and sweat went into constructing a neural network that could withstand that? Of course, those documents you gave me back in the day were a big help, but still, I could have done it myself with 2, 3. I could have done it with 3. Blah, blah. You can thank me anytime. Okay. Evil Eye, Devil's Eye system. It is said that the most essential power resides in the eyes, and thus eyes are powerful. Demons' eyes are no exception. By embedding their eyeballs in his prosthetic hand, Nero can draw upon and wield the power that demon originally possessed. Amazing. This lets you use the power of demons from throughout the series as weapons. This is the origin of the Devil Breakers as a concept. This is the entire reason why Urizen uses the exact same powers as Nero. This is the reason why a bunch of the bosses that we've seen have a bunch of eyes. This is the whole idea behind Urizen, and the reason why he's just filled everywhere with eyes. This is one of the main design elements in Devil May Cry, and the vast majority of people just do not know about it at all. But it's there, right? I don't fault people for not knowing at all, right? But it's just it's largely ignored, right? This is where it really all of it really pays off. This whole idea that Urizen has removed his human heart and has instead just replaced it with these eyes, right? Which are, by the way, this is the final form of Mundus. Well, not the final form, but it's like this his mid form. Where is he? Yeah, this is his final form, which is just a bunch of hands and eyes. And if you go look at it when Urizen is all tentacled up, he actually he actually has well, the roots actually look just like hands around his face. He's just like 3 eyes with a bunch of arms and hands, it's very, very disgusting, right? But as you can see, this whole statue form of Mundus has a big hole in his heart, because he's supposed to not have a heart, because that's the main idea behind Devil May Cry, is that devils can cry, and devils do not have emotions and don't have human emotions and don't care for other people. They only care for power, right? So here you have Urizen with an eye, just like Mundus, replacing what would be his heart, what would be in his chest. It's not incidental that if you ever go into mission 8 and just look into the background and you look up and into where you're going, it's just a bunch of giant veins taking you to a giant heart. That is also exactly where oh my god, the mission previous to the final boss fight in Devil May Cry 1 happens. There's just this big giant heart, because that's the metaphor. The metaphor is the fucking heart, right? Like, the heart is the entire idea behind the series, human emotion, right? Even Dante is just constantly getting pierced through his heart. When in Devil May Cry 4, you know, Nero gets absorbed into the Savior, he goes into a giant heart because it's what's powering the Savior. Here's, by the way, here's what the Count looks like. It was the original form of Mundus. And technically also Sparta. You know, let's just put them side by side. Look a little bit similar, don't they? Right? But really, like, that's the whole idea, is that, you know, like, Urizen has these all-seeing eyes which, like, are constantly looking down on you, which are constantly looking down on other demons, which are drawing power from other demons, which, like, give him all this power. And of course, like, one of the main themes when you have a heart is also blood. And let's just go and look at what happens when Urizen does a punch. Wait for it. Let's try another time. Punch me, please punch me. But I think that's enough, right? Right. If you look at what is happening, whenever he's casting, he is actually using blood. He's actually using the blood that he took from humans, right? Right. And blood, of course, is not just blood in the physical sense, you know, where it's just like it's a powerful material because he, you know, like demons are powered by human blood because it has a special chemical. No. The entire point is that blood represents feelings and emotions and family bonds, which is also what this game is all about, right? It's all about, you know, Dante and Virgil have a family bond, had the same blood, are the same, you know, are twins, and Nero has a blood bond to them because he's Virgil's son, which he doesn't know about, and they're going back to their roots, just like the fucking tree, right? Redgrave City is the city in which both of them grew up, in which both of them were born, right? And really, like, it all really just comes together. Of course, this is very, very reminiscent of Virgil. Again, he even has the same green eyes that Virgil does in his Devil Trigger form. Not in this game, but like in the previous ones, right? And that was something that fans caught on to immediately. The moment Urizen was revealed, people were like, "Oh, he has green eyes. He's Virgil, right?" But aside from eyes, he's also made entirely just of mouths too. Like he's made of he has mouths right here between his legs. But even these things on his shoulders, they might seem like they're actually horns, but if you actually look at it, they're very, very clearly supposed to be teeth, right? You have the same teeth in these mounts, and you might be wondering, why exactly does Urizen have these faces on his shoulders? Well, first of all, is because it very clearly, very closely resembles the way Angelo looks, where like he had these big pauldrons. It's not visible here at all. Sorry for that, right? But you can see it right here. That, where is it? Here it is. You know, originally he had these, like, his eye on the front and then on his two shoulders, and that eventually evolved into this, right? That eventually evolved into just this. He always had like sort of the red eyes, right? Then they kept adding mouths and noses. There's another nose right here, right? That's another nose, right? He has another mouth on top of his mouth and his face. He has the same hair as Virgil, right? And it's just so much going on. He has this very insect-like skin, and you can tell that, you know, it has this whole iridescent look to it, just like sort of a scarab skin, right? Whereas like his joints are a lot more purplish, a lot more purplish. I forgot what was someone to say. Oh yeah, you might be probably wondering why he looks like this, right? Why these like baby faces are right there, and it's because there's a baby in there. There is actually a baby in there. This baby, oof, so big. This giant baby, which was a boss in DMC Devil May Cry, right? This was Mundus's spawn, which, as you can see, had this giant eye just like this one, right? Which constantly looked at you and carries with it just this idea of just like gross horror, because at the same time, you know, like he's actually, this is actually the place where Dante and Virgil grew up, right? This is their house. This is their childhood house in their childhood city. And this is the last remaining bit of humanity that Urizen still had, right? This is all of their memories before their whole trauma started. What else is there? You see, I think, oh yeah, and this right here, let me look at it a little bit more. This, where is it? Here it is. No. This, there it is. This is Satan in the Divine Comedy. Was at the very bottom of the word, right? Is this creature with 3 different faces that are devouring 3 different great traders, right? This, on the other hand, is where is it? This is Xenon, the would-be main antagonist of Devilman before actually, you know, like the real Satan shows up, right? And it's this giant creature with 3 faces and technically another face, right? Right here, you know, which very clearly imitates the Satan from the Divine Comedy. And this is Mao Dante, the prototype of Devilman before Gonagai actually went on to write Devilman, right? Which was also based, this was a giant monster, right? Which is of course also based on this image of Satan being this monster. It was just gigantic and enormous and way too big, right? So as you can see, this whole association thing runs pretty deeply, right? We have a little bit more stuff right here. This, let's go back to the gauntlet thing. And this, if you might have noticed, this also looks quite a bit like Balrog, and Balrog is yet another contender to the throne for Demon King that Dante defeated. So this is the gauntlet from Onimusha. Onimusha was a series also made by Capcom, right along Devil May Cry. Came out a little bit earlier, but influenced the series quite a bit. And you play the game as Samanosuke, this samurai who could absorb the souls of demons through this gauntlet given to him by the Oni, right? And that whole soul concept of having red souls to absorb, and then yellow souls, right, to regain health, and blue souls to regain energy, ended up being turned into the orbs in Devil May Cry. This here is Samanosuke's Onimusha form when he fully turns into an Oni with the power of the gauntlet. So you can see it has the exact same middle eye, but also, and of course, there's the whole thing with the eyes in Resident Evil, which is yet its own thing, right? Yet another layer to add to this boss, right? Wait. And of course we have, wait, no, that's fine. We can actually look in the gallery. That's perfectly fine. Character reports: Nero, Virgil, Nero, Devil Trigger Nero. There we go. God damn it, game. As you can see it, let's put him side by side. We have the exact same long hair, green. This also very much resembles Devilman, which I also have a picture of right here. Right, it's just there, man. Like it's just there. What can I say? You can just look at it. Like the data is all there, right? It just keeps looping around itself, right? But let's go back into the Urizen fight for one last time before we finally conclude the stream. There we go. Let me just fight this guy for a little bit. I'm gonna cheese him a little bit. God, he just takes so much damage in the actual mission. But if we actually... Come on, game. Come on, game, please. Please, I need you right now. I need you. I can't live without you. Oh, come on. If we actually look... What's going on? He is actually actively breaking the ground of this illusion. Wherever he walks, wherever he punches... This is starting to fall apart just by him coming into contact with it. If we look at it, we have this idyllic, scenery, just in the middle of a rural area, just a little tiny house. Most likely, this isn't what it actually looked like. Most likely not, but it's this whole beautiful, landscape that resembles the Italian the Italian provincial landscape. Which, again, not incidental, since Virgil and also Dante were both Italian poets. Oh, and let's take a look at this. These talon-like structures on his knees and elbows are also entirely articulated, right? His feet, his forearms, and his feet are also very, very, very buck-like, and also very, very beastly, right? This is a complete, like, this is very much intended to resemble Sparta being insect-like. Actually, let me turn the voices a little bit higher, because like this dialogue is actually pretty important. So we can see the opinion that Dante has of what Urizen wants, right? And those, by the way, those are Malphas' portals, right? Ah, you're such a pain in the ass when these fucking time bubbles. Okay, let me actually concentrate for a second, because this fight is actually pretty kind of a pain in the ass. I mean, it's not a pain in the ass, but fuck, it's actually pretty hard, especially on this phase. It's gonna be pretty annoying. And he already DT'd. Thankfully, I have real impact on my side. There we go. Let me just actually cheese this. Let me actually just... There we go. This may sound actually completely gone. Is it actually? Oh my god! Yeah. Well, let's just actually like get back on the sound of the game itself. There we go. Because this theme is really, really good. This is actually Legacy from. This is actually the ending theme. Oh. But yeah, that phrase basically just summed up the entire pieces behind this series, right? Power is not about having just things, right? Power is about protecting people, about becoming strong in order to protect somebody that you love. There we go. Let's actually beat him. Just the way he kicks, dude. Like, it's... There we go. And as you can see it, during his final attack, the eye opens fully. The eye opens in full. Whenever you actually knock him back too much, all these eyes close. All these eyes are animated. They all follow you around, right? They all look at you. So fucking cool. So good. So good. Just like every design, every idea, the whole history of the series just comes down to this moment. This moment in this game. Oh my god, they're not turning on at all. But it all comes down to this, right? It all ends up in this moment. Even Dante obtaining the Devil's Sword Dante is a part of this, right? Because it directly reflects what he did in DMC1, getting Sparta to defeat Mundus, right? And he has the freaking bananas. He's running like shit though. Like, it's running so bad. Well, whatever. What are you gonna do? I love this game. I love this boss. It's just... And this is also the scene where that man shows up again. And you have V in the throes of defeat. Power. More power. Even now, it's not enough. It will never, never be enough. Not for him. By that sense sailing.
While thy branches mix with mine, and our roots together join
Even now, referring to the roots. Yet another theme of the game is just the spiral. You're gonna see spirals everywhere in this game. And of course, in his final attack, I forgot to mention, but like all the ground that he broke, which is like completely dependent on where he walked over, that's where the whole spikes are going to come from, not from anywhere else. If you go on green ground, you don't get hit. And here is the man himself. And with that, I say it's time to conclude the stream and conclude this whole stream. Finally, I'm so glad I actually got to do this and get around to do this. Yeah. Just to finish this, so happy with all of this. With all this, you can finally stretch. Let's actually just skip this. And let's just go and look for someone to raid. Actually, no, who to raid? Why are you even choosing this again? That's just so weird. There we go. Now exactly who to raid. Oh. Go and say hello if you feel like it. They just debuted a new model, Hubi-chan. Oh. I have 4 people. Then I have 2. What's going on? Man. Twitch is so weird with how it displays its numbers. What you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Thank you to everyone who showed up. And I'm so glad to be here a year after and not having quit. So I'll see you soon. I'll probably end up like making another one of these streams. Hopefully in the future. I'll be uploading this tomorrow and I'll just post it and I'll just post it somewhere. I'll just post it on YouTube, right? Of course. Not somewhere. But I wanted to upload these 2 VODs together so that people can watch it together. So, with that, I say goodbye. Bye-bye.